the other day that a young girl, she got an age exemption. She's only 17. She'll be playing with her sister in the squad. There's all kinds of beautiful stories like this all over the place. So get amongst it. Get excited. It kicks off on the 20th of August.
All right, you're listening to Sport and Spice. That is time for us to go. But as we said, if you ever want to listen back, hit up the Best of ABC Sport podcast. Had a great chat with Lek Alir last week. Incredible dancer. Have you sussed any more of his TikToks?
He hasn't made any yet. I'm waiting. I'm followed. I'm ready to go.
All right. He did have a great game. I was out there at GWS versus Essendon, and he took some great marks. I was on the boundary. He took them right in front of me. He's a huge human.
I was going to say, he looks so tall.
He's so tall and lanky. Anyway, you can catch up at the Best of ABC Sport podcast. We will see you next time.
Bye.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Kerry Worthington. Australia's energy market operators will need to consider emissions reductions in any of the work they do after Australia's energy ministers agreed to change the national energy objectives. The decision was made at a meeting between Commonwealth, State and Territory ministers to discuss the future of the energy sector. The changed objectives would require rules that are made around the future of gas and electricity to provide a clear reference to reducing emissions. Victorian Energy Minister Lily D'Ambrosio says that will ensure the energy market acts faster on climate change.
They are the guiding principles around which rules and laws are made, decisions are made by the market bodies to ensure that reduced emissions are an important feature of consideration.
The head of the Australian Education Union says financially supporting university students during their practical teaching experience will help keep them in the industry. Federal, state and territory ministers met today and have agreed to develop a national action plan on teaching to be agreed to in December to address teacher shortages. The graduation rate for teachers currently sits at just 50% compared to an average of 70% for other degrees. The union's federal president, Karina Haythorpe, says many students are left to fend for themselves.
For many people who are heading out on practicals, they have to leave their casual work, go and live in a country location for perhaps 8 weeks and have to have the financial means to support themselves while they'll do that. I think we can do much better in terms of providing paid opportunities, paid internships, paid practicums.
Dramatic allegations have been levelled against Hillsong Church. The controversial organisation is alleged to have broken the law by sending millions of dollars overseas, then orchestrating a cover-up. An employee is suing the church for suspending her after she raised serious concerns about Hillsong's financial activities. Josh Bornstein from Morris Blackburn is representing the employee in the federal court and says there are some concerns.
Our client's been concerned that huge sums of money are being gifted or spent on inappropriate arrangements. There is money flying around in all sorts of directions here.
Hillsong says it will defend the claim and that it cannot otherwise comment. Documents obtained during a search of Donald Trump's Florida estate earlier this week could soon be made public after the former US president encouraged the move. With more, here's Harry Sekulich.
The US Justice Department made a rare request when it asked a Florida court to allow the material obtained at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago property to be released, and Mr. Trump himself agrees. While still labelling the dramatic saga as unnecessary and politically motivated, he says he won't oppose the documents being made public, going as far to say he encourages it. The FBI conducted the search to recover material Mr. Trump allegedly took from the White House after leaving the Oval Office, which US media reports could involve sensitive documents relating to nuclear weapons.
Misleading account settings which allowed Google to collect, keep and use personally identified location data about their customers using Android phones has landed Google with a $60 million fine. Elizabeth Byrne reports.
The federal court imposed the penalties for offences between January 2017 and December 2018. The court found Google had represented to customers that a setting named location history was the only one that affected what it could collect. But another setting, web and app activity, which was turned on by default, did the same. The ACCC says the fine sends a strong message to businesses about misleading customers. Google remedied the problem by the end of 2018.
Public service wages rose by about 3% last year, the biggest increase in years. Australian Public Service Commission figures to the end of 2021 show the median base salary for senior executives increased by 4.2% compared with a year earlier. Non-executive salaries rose by 2.7%. When the pandemic hit, the government imposed a temporary pay freeze, and last year's increase was largely due to catch-up payments. Taking a look at tomorrow's weather for the state, scattered showers about the west extending to central and eastern districts during the day and then easing about the west later. For Melbourne, partly cloudy with a very high chance of showers, most likely in the late morning and afternoon, a top of 15. The outlook for Sunday and Monday, showers, 15 degrees on Sunday and 14 on Monday. Tuesday, showers and 15. Currently, it's 12 degrees. This is ABC News.
It's Arts Week, and across the ABC, art is everywhere. Get involved with ABC Classic and Gardening Australia's Classic Choir. On ABC TV and ABC iView, catch specials on artworks, Rachel Griffith's Great Southern Landscapes, and lots more. And keep listening for all kinds of treats right here on ABC Radio. Arts Week 2022. Find out more at abc.net.au/artsweek.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
This is just getting good at the G.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
To win the game for Collingwood. Elliott kicks. He kicks. He goes.
You ain't seen nothing like this.
The lefty for goal. He's got it.
From 40, brings it back for jacket time. 51 metres out. Goes bang.
Sets the crowd alight.
Is it too far out? It's carrying. Oh my! What a finish.
Grandstand AFL.
Towards the pocket. A beautiful fly and mark to Danaher.
What a mark.
From long range. You bet.
The master to the apprentice from 50. Goes bang.
Catch us if you can.
That is some sort of finish.
This is awesome.
Boys, goal. Brilliant, brilliant.
We're gonna be kidding.
He shoots goalward. Jamara's kicked it. What a breakout night for the number one pick.
Brings it back superbly. Oh, he's a star.
Charging through 50 to finish. He does.
Never looks like missing.
It's just magnificent.
It's on its way. It looks pretty good. It sails through. He points to the crowd to celebrate.
He's hit it pretty well. Jack Rebold. Superstar.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Wheels around and kicks the sealer.
What a game of footy.
One of the all-time greats, that is.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's all about the ladder this time of year with just 2 rounds left in the home and away season. Tonight it is 5th versus 9th. Which means both teams are on the outside looking in. For St Kilda, they must win tonight if they want to keep their finals hopes alive. They will be in the top 8 with victory. While for the Brisbane Lions, they have spent so much of the season inside the top 4. 17 of the 21 weeks so far, they've been in the top 4, but with 2 rounds to go, they're currently in 5th spot. They need to win tonight to win back their place in the top 4 of the all-important double chance come September. This is Grandstand AFL Friday night footy. The Lions and the Saints under the roof at Docklands. There is no late change. The 2 Medi-subs, Zach Jones for St Kilda and Ryan Lester for the Brisbane Lions. We're on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. My name's Corbin Middlemass and our Friday night crew is here again for the last time in the home and away season. Of course, much bigger things to come in the final series, but Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges. Cal, a big one tonight. Gee, this is particularly juicy in a loaded round 22 of fixtures.
It is juicy, and it's only going to get spicier over the next 2 rounds. We've got 18 games to go, Corbin, in this rollicking, seesawing, unpredictable season. 7 games this week will have finals implications, 7 games next week. So effectively just 4 dead rubbers left in this 18 games remaining. And the minor premiership's up for grabs. Let's not forget that as well. So simple equation for the Lions. If they win here tonight, they will be in the top 4 heading into next Friday night's blockbuster at the Gabba against the reigning Premier Melbourne, because obviously Sydney and Collingwood are in there. They're going to play each other on Sunday, so one team will lose. So if the Lions win, in the top 4 heading into the final round, hosting Melbourne next Friday night in Brisbane. How good is that?
It's been a spectacular season the whole way through, Mick. It feels like generally you get to the depths of winter, the start of August, and you think, gee, there's a boatload of dead rubbers and we don't care all that much for a whole lot of games, and you're just waiting to see the best play the best. That hasn't been the storyline this season. There has been a thread for most of the teams in the competition the whole way through.
Corby, Kel and Lingy and our listeners, it is an exciting finish. It's quite remarkable. The 2 bottom sides have only won 2 games each, and they, when I say they, the experts say that when there's a couple of sides that don't register a lot of wins, it takes more wins to make the 8, and there becomes an unpredictability towards the end of the season. And they've hit it again, because West Coast and North Melbourne, they're likely not to add to it. And then when you look at Greater Western Sydney at 6, and from there on in, even the Gold Coast, who we've all pretty much raved about when they have good wins, they've won 9 games, but they've also been a contender up until last week. So it is quite exciting. I can't overly get excited about either of these sides. I think Brisbane have got to prove that they can actually not just blow a side out of the water, do it the way that you would play finals football. I don't think they defend well enough the ball. They rely so heavily on Neil. And look, I hate saying this because Lingy's riding in, but I said, look, I reckon the Saints could be genuine this year, and he said at round 1, no, they're not. And you know what? He's spot on, because I looked at it as a fairy tale thinking, look, I'd love to see the Saints up there, but quite frankly, they just disappoint too often. There's too many players are the same type of player. They lack a bit of speed. They lack consistency. I would love to see them do well. I think for their supporters' point of view, I mean, they're of the older sides, they're the only ones who are now left on the shelf that's only won the 1 premiership, and you think, that's 1966, it's a long time ago.
Cameron Ling is here. Lingy, the competition overall, so Chris Scott, your premiership coach, of course, when you were the premiership captain, went out of his way this week to try and cool expectations on the Cats. He went as far as to say, look, we're not the best team in it. Still a long way to go. It feels like the rest of the footy universe is revolving around Geelong at the moment. Are we living through a competition that is completely wide open and anyone can win, or are we living through a competition where we have one dominant team and the question is who can beat them?
No, good afternoon, Corbs, Cal, Mick, everyone out there. No, I am in the camp where Geelong are the best team in the competition right now, but they're not a dominant team that is just going to obliterate the competition and it's theirs to lose. I still think it is a wide open race. I think Melbourne are a very, very good team with a couple of little issues that they need to fix up. I think the Swans are coming home with an absolute wet sail. I think Collingwood can do anything. I think the Lions, I struggled to get there with the Lions as well, Mick. I'm with you on that one. But they've got a dangerous element to them. If you don't play them the right way and you let certain key players have the game on their terms, yes, they could still win it. I don't say that with a heap of confidence, but so I think for those teams it's still open. I still think it's open a little tiny bit for Richmond as well, and I think they're going to definitely play finals. So that's the other one. Not so much Fremantle, not so much Carlton, not so much perhaps the Bulldogs who end up playing. It's a remarkable season, and isn't it remarkable, and I know we're about to chat about this, but that one decision in a marathon tribunal hearing could have just changed everything. Because Carlton, without Patrick Cripps, I think probably lose their last 2 games. The Western Bulldogs probably win their last 2 games and make up the percentage difference. So Carlton's percentage would come back a little. Dogs goes up. I think potentially, big chance, Carlton miss the finals and the Dogs get in there. Now with Cripps playing, it's just all wide open again for Carlton to be playing finals and that Carlton army going crazy and bring on September. That one crazy tribunal decision has opened it back up for the Blues for me.
And that one crazy tribunal decision could decide Charlie as well, because Lachie Neale is and we're about to witness the best player in the game at the moment going round, or one of the best players. He is the Brownlow medal favourite. And if we hear round 22, 3 votes Patrick Cripps, what sort of reaction are we going to hear in the room, let alone from Brisbane Lions fans and maybe Suns fans with Tuke Miller and all the other contenders? But, yeah, it is not just the finals, it's the Brownlow as well.
Yeah, it was good call. Extraordinary week. So you got 2 matches from the match review officer, Michael Christian. So the contact came back as careless, high and high. Following that, it went to the tribunal. The tribunal upheld the decision from Michael Christian to give Cripps 2 games. And then it was taken to the AFL Appeals Board. And we thought, gee, no one ever wins at the AFL Appeals Board, because this comes down to really a litigious argument. You're not bringing forward the case again to have it heard by a new jury. Essentially, you're looking for an error in law, or that the findings were so unreasonable. And that is exactly what played out. The conversation centred around whether it was described as a bump or not, or whether Cripps was just contesting for the ball, which resulted in the concussion of Calamarchi. So the notion that the bump was the thesis of what was taken forward was brought by the chairperson in Jeff Gleeson, and it was successfully argued that whether it was a bump or not was never actually explored. And as a result, the entire case was thrown out after 1 hour and 45 minutes of deliberation. The whole hearing went for 4.5 hours. And today the AFL have come out and said that they've accepted the decision, and it's too early to say if it will prompt a change to the tribunal procedures going forward. Now, both Patrick Cripps and Michael Voss were at Princess Park this morning. Here's a little of their reaction throughout the day.
You can clearly see on the vision that I went for the ball the whole time. I said that throughout the whole tribunal process. So, now it's just up to getting back on the footy field and doing what I love.
Well, I hope it gives actually more clarity in some ways. As a player, you have an ability to be able to contest the ball.
I'm not sure we got a whole lot more clarity, Cameron Lee, but what we do have is Patrick Cripps is free to play for the next 2 rounds.
I have no more clarity on the tribunal process, the MRO process, the tribunal process and the appeals process. I am happy to put my hand up and say that I was in the camp of I felt Patrick Cripps was contesting the ball.
Yep.
I think he realised at the last split second, that he wasn't going to get there, and he chose to protect himself. And that led to a high bump or high contact on Calamarchi. He gets knocked out. The fact that the ball was up is how I explain him going off the ground, as in Patrick Cripps going off the ground. I don't think he should have got suspended. I'm in that camp. I think it was a reaction to Archie being unfortunately knocked out. So I sit there. But can I push that aside for just 1 second and say, look at the process that we underwent to get to whichever decision. I have zero clarity on MRO tribunal appeals now.
Yeah. That's was it Ryan a few months ago that got off?
Willie Rioli.
Willie Rioli, sorry. And the way I saw that one, he turned his body and made contact. And my view was, if he has got off, then Cripps is totally safe, because he actually, to me, he contested the football. If you contest the football, and we've seen this a couple of times this year, players, and you're right, Lincoln, this was in the air, but there's been a few at ground level when they've contested the football and someone's come across the body and hit the head, and it's called, well, it was in play. So none of us are really clear, because we all thought, they said, if you hit the head regardless, it's going to be a free kick or a report. Now we're seeing it argued to the point, if you are contesting the football and you make contact, it's not necessarily a report. So we are in a very, very, we're in between.
Now, the three of you are much more studious than what I am. Just trust me on that. That is a fact. Does not need to be argued for an hour 45 deliberation on that one. Can you use precedent to argue your case in the tribunal? That was always the case when I played and for so long.
I think it's been changed recently that you can. So that they brought forward the Willie Rioli example on Tuesday night, and it didn't help them.
So if they could use Willie Rioli as precedent, and that is accepted, then he should never have got 2 weeks to start with.
Yeah.
So that's the most fascinating part of it. So Michael Christian, to his credit, has graded them both essentially the same way. So Willie Rioli and Patrick Cripps, he says, I'm putting this through my matrix. You can't do it, you're getting weeks. Willie Rioli takes it to the tribunal, wins. Patrick Cripps takes it to the tribunal, fails. So as far as the AFL are concerned with their judiciary process, which is the MRO and the tribunal, they think Patrick Cripps should have got weeks. The only reason Patrick Cripps is playing round 22 and round 23 is because he has a really good legal team, and they were able to find a loophole in the system to be able to argue really the language that was used, and as a result, he's off. So that they didn't actually successfully make the case at the tribunal.
Yeah, that's the one for me.
On the merit itself, on the actual action. So we aren't any wiser as a footy community as to whether we see that action again in the first play tonight. I imagine Michael Christian grades it the same way. The tribunal upholds a decision and we're off to the appeals board again.
I mean, we very rarely see a win at the appeals board.
Yeah.
So what it tells us over the next 6 weeks of this season, no matter what happens, you're going to the appeals board.
Appeal it,
Why would you not?
Yeah.
Fair call. What I saw was the MRO, and it's a really good point you make. Michael Christian has actually been consistent in his application for both of these. The MRO has zero grey in the way that he can categorise things. The tribunal is there to explore that grey and to explore, okay, was Willie Rioli contesting the ball and the high contact happened in the act of contesting the footy? Was the same thing happening with Patrick Cripps? I believe yes in both cases. Therefore, the inconsistency of the tribunal decisions for me is the really confusing one, because we are exploring that grey, and that's what it's there to do, to say, was it a split-second thing? Has he just turned his body to protect, or has he lined him up and bumped and got him high? I don't know why one had Rioli getting off and one had Cripps getting suspended. You're right about the appeals. That's just, I suppose, a technicality or a legal thing.
That's the only reason he's playing. Otherwise, if the AFL had their way, he would still be missing. Mick, what does it mean on field? So it was well set up by Lingy that, essentially, is this going to be the difference?
Spot on. It's funny. As Lingy was talking there, I was put my mind race back many, many years. We lost Jason Cloke in a last final before a grand final, and we went to appeal and lost. Anthony Rocker, a year later, got reported, and the player was, I'm trying to think of his name now, but anyway, Lade, who clearly just supported everything that Anthony did. We went to appeal and lost. There's two players missed grand finals. What does it mean? I know what it meant then to us, and what it means is spot on what you say. Look, Cripps is starting to find form. He is part of a midfield with Walsh that will get the ball. And I know we said, what a possessions mean, particularly a couple of weeks ago they played Adelaide and had 80 possessions between them and they couldn't win. But for Carlton to get over the line over the next 2 weeks, they will probably need those two midfielders playing at their best.
Yeah.
Both sides, without Cripps, both sides, the opponents may decide to go, we're going to sit on these because there's Walsh's. Now that Cripps is out, we take Walsh out. Hewitt's not back. What have they got left? And it's quite remarkable the impact that one player can have on the bearing of the eight and where your side finishes. Don't forget how long it's been since Carlton have been in the final. So you can imagine what the Carlton supporters are looking like too. I just hope one thing happens, that they support, the football will support Cripper, because it would be totally unfair if there's booing or whatever. It's not his decision to make that decision. He plays the ball. He does play the ball. And I just hope that it's quickly forgotten and they get on with the game, because it's important, as you said before, these 2 rounds are just incredible what's in front of us.
Talk about people that are in no fault of their own, somehow a victim in all of this, framed as the villain in all of this, is Calamarchi. So
isn't that awful, that online stuff?
Unbelievable to think that a guy who has been concussed at the Gabba just days ago has also been subjected to racial vilification online. So he posted his abuse that he's received on Instagram. The Brisbane Lions put out a statement saying that this disgusting behaviour can't be accepted. We must and we will continue to call it out. Calamarchi went on to say, why can't my brothers and I just play the game we love without having to worry about stuff like this on game day? If my son grows up wanting to play the game, I hope he doesn't have to deal with this hate. It hurts me and I'm sick to death of seeing it.
That is terrible. It is just shocking. What a low life. What are these low lives sitting behind?
There's a few of them.
Well, there are a few of them.
They handle it well these days. I mean,
well,
just must be.
He doesn't handle it well. He's taken it, and he doesn't.
No, as in Calamachi, as in it must be tiring and exhausting to think. Do I get on Instagram? Do I post something? I'm only, I'm putting more oxygen into this rather than the easy option would be to ignore it.
Yeah.
But keep talking, keep standing up, keep educating.
It's obviously got him though. That's got him.
Oh, of course it has. Of course it has.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be human if it didn't get you.
No.
But it's up to the Indigenous people that have to educate the white people, us, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
he's the one that has to be brave. He's the one that has to take a stand.
Yeah, well, he does, but we should also take the biggest stand. We should take the biggest stand here in the media and just call these low lives what they are. They're just a scum of the earth who haven't got the intestinal fortitude to stand up and be seen to say something as opposed to getting behind some little computer and do all their dirty work. They are absolutely scum of the earth.
Yeah, and I think for people that see this sort of stuff and think, why does the player share it? Why doesn't he just ignore it or whatever? But what it does do is it triggers a conversation. And for as many people that are thinking, gee, I'm tired of seeing this, imagine how it feels to be subjected to
Correct.
that
Yeah.
and have to receive that. So if it's highlighted, it's spoken about, we're talking about it here, and the conversations that you point out, Mick, about calling it out at various levels, that should happen at the pub with your mates. It should happen at the footy club, wherever it is that you hear it, that you need to stand up and call it out, and that's how slowly this sort of hopefully breaks down and we're having less and less of this crap.
There was one little comment from Eddie Book's book that sort of got lost amid all the chat about the camp and that last week, but he said when he was dropped from the leadership group and he arrived home and he was really upset and he was embraced by his wife in the driveway, and he said he's just so exhausted, and he said for an Indigenous person to show that they have leadership skills, and it took him years and years and years just to get there. And then he lost it because he spoke up, and how that made him feel. It just goes to show behind the scenes how hard to get that respect and whatnot. That really sort of hit home for me.
It's a good call out. It's a great point, and as you said, the conversation around Eddie's book, which there were so many great themes in all of that, and unfortunately the narrative was really driven around one thing for obvious reasons. Just on teams for Sunday, so Mitch Georgiades is back. He's been recalled, so he'll play alongside Marshall and Dixon. Robbie Gray's out, been managed. Trent McKenzie's been dropped. The Bombers have omitted Hobbs and Jones, Bryan, Shield and Caldwell, so the big midfield ends for Essendon. Connor McDonald's been managed for Hawthorn. Sam Butler misses. Liam Shields comes back for the Hawks. They play Richmond. The Tigers have Ross and Castagna both out, omitted. Shane Edwards returns, and the Swans and Pies for the Blockbuster both unchanged. So the teams for Sunday.
Big game on Sunday, Corby. Massive game.
The Swans Pies?
That's one.
Tigers Hawks.
That's another. Colandina versus Torquay. Under 14. This is it. Knockout. Goes straight. The winner goes and plays St. Joey's.
Elimination final.
Well, effectively now, because they lowered their colours to St. Joey's last week. 4 points.
Who are we cheering for?
Zach,
my grandson. Colandina Cobras. Go the Cobras. Bannockburn ground. So
you'll be there, Mick?
I'll be there, all right. Make no mistake about that.
Cobras is a good footy name. Our junior footy team was known as the Bandicoots, which we used to call ourselves the Coots, and we thought it was really cool. But it's not a real fearsome animal. Bandicoots. I'm keen to hear some of the cool footy names, maybe off the SMS. So 0437 774 774 if you have a great mascot name. But the Cobras is up there. Just on the teams, Jason Horne-Francis, so dropped, number one pick from North Melbourne. What did you make of all that?
Well, and more information is starting to drip feed out about what happened. My initial reaction was, what on earth is North Melbourne doing? Yeah. He might have missed an ice bath or something like that. And I thought, hang on, that's being a bit pedantic. I mean, educate him, teach him about being professional. I reckon there was the odd time I might have just gone, listen, I'll skip the ice bath. I'm going for a surf when I get back. The water's just as cold. And that was fine. But then you start hearing more that it was actually a conversation going on between current caretaker coach Lee Adams and also Jason Horne-Francis and Adams saying, no, you've got to do it. It's the right thing for your body. Get in there and do it. Him saying, no, that sort of back and forth, and then basically still choosing not to do it and walking out. To me, if that has happened, if that type of interaction has happened with the coach and he has basically dismissed what the coach was asking him to do and just grabbed his bag and left, well, then it's the right call to drop him, because that's an attitude thing, and that's a standard and culture that you want to build within a football club. Doesn't matter who it is, whether it's the number one draft pick or a kid on a rookie list, you've got to uphold those standards. So my reaction perhaps is starting to change a little bit from him just maybe cutting a little small shortcut in his first season and missing an ice bath. If he's directly gone against the coach, then right call by the Kangaroos.
Absolutely it is. And the other thing too, Lingy, is if this is a way of disrupting the association between he and North Melbourne, one of the things you do when you sign on to be an AFL footballer, you sign a declaration that says that you're not going to tamper with the draft. Tamper with the draft is by declaring, I don't want to go to Melbourne, or I don't want to leave the state, or I don't want to do this, or whatever the case may be. He has signed it, he's elected, he's been picked up by North Melbourne, you give your all for that contract. And one of the things about giving your all, particularly as an 18, 19-year-old, you listen and you see what other players do, and if the Cunnington's good enough to get over what he's got and get back, then it's up to you to get in that bloody ice bath. There's no question about that.
Yep, so he'll miss the chance to go home and play at the Adelaide Oval. He hasn't played there yet, missed the game earlier in the year, and now he's been dropped with a round left in the home and away season. This is Grandstand AFL. It is Friday night footy under the roof at Docklands. The St Kilda banner has just been lifted. The full preview with Mick and Lingy next.
We come in on a crowded train or park our car in mud. Us kids play car park kick to kick in our team colours that we love. Record! This time I'll buy my own. And I can see the ball this year, cause that's how much I've grown. We're in the queue, we're through the gates and enter hallowed ground. I sit up tall and I can't wait to hear that siren sound. The AFL Final Series with ABC Sport starts September.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season. We're gonna be kids. Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It is Friday night footy under the roof at Docklands. There's just 2 weeks left in the home and away season, and the Brisbane Lions are back in Melbourne. The last time they were in town, they bit the shed, leading by 7 goals in the second half against Richmond, only to be overrun. They're across town at Docklands tonight, but will they answer the question as to how serious a premiership contender they are? They currently sit 5th. They're looking for a spot in the top 4 tonight. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, there may be a whole lot of pessimism around the Saints, according to coach Brett Ratton, that the footy media hasn't got around them. But the great thing about professional sport is that the players get the chance to write their own script. They currently sit 9th on the premiership table. If they win their last 2 games, both here at Docklands, both against interstate teams, they will be there come the final series. My name's Corbin Middlemass, alongside Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, as we have every Friday night in Melbourne, and Tim Hodges with you on the boundary inside the St Kilda camp momentarily. We're on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital, and there is no late change here at Docklands tonight. So both teams coming in as selected. Zach Jones is the Medi sub for St Kilda, and for the Brisbane Lions it is Ryan Lester as we await the arrival of both teams. Kelly Underwood, good evening to you. High stakes tonight for both teams.
It certainly is, and it's been such a fun season. The only thing predictable is the unpredictability, and that's what we've loved so much. And the further and the deeper it goes, the better it gets. And there's what did we count earlier? I think 14 of the last 18 are live matches, in the sense that they will have finals implications, and just 4 dead rubbers to come over the next couple of weekends. But just repeating what we said earlier, if the Brisbane Lions win tonight, we'll finish the round in the top 4 and then go home to the Gabba and host Melbourne, the reigning premier, at the Gabba next Friday night. We still don't know which team will finish the minor premiership. The minor premiers. Remember what Melbourne did last year with Max Gawn down in Geelong, Lingy. So maybe the Cats might make amends for that.
Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, we've got to go inside the St Kilda camp in just a moment, but just briefly, what does tonight represent?
Well, I think you made a really good point in your intro just then. If St Kilda knock off the Brisbane Lions and then knock off the Sydney Swans, 2 very, very good football teams, I'll change my tune a little bit and say the Saints absolutely deserve finals, and good on them, and heading into September in form. That would be 2 big wins. Yes, they're both at their home ground here at Docklands, but that's 2 monster wins. If they do that, they deserve their place. It's a tough draw. If you're going to be there, you've got to beat the best.
It's amazing to hear Brett Ratton say, everyone's so downcast on us and the footy world doesn't believe in us. Well, go and change our minds.
Prove
It's all in front of you over the next 8 quarters of footy.
Yeah, in those sort of cases, you're just better off getting behind the closed doors with your player group and doing, not talking about it, just do it. Look, they've lost their best player. Grisham's their best player by a street as far as in the middle goes. I know Steele is a very competent player, but when you need speed, you need that delivery. He's out.
And no Paddy Ryder.
Which back up.
No Billings.
Yeah, and so they've lost a bit of oomph about their midfield, and what's left in the midfield is very one-paced. The thing is, I see more than anything else is that Brisbane have to prove tonight that they play a type of game that is what they want in September, because they've been very poor in September, and one of the reasons is because they can't hold sides, and they allow sides too easy to score. I'd rather this game, from Brisbane's point of view, I'd rather them go 12 goals to 8 to win it. On the other side, I'd rather see St Kilda kick 15 and hold, to 14 and have a good close victory, because I think the Saints can play defensive football at the back end, but they can't play it through the middle and the forward end, which is a shame.
More from Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up. You can hear the brass band in the background as they play, or when the Saints go marching in, and we're just awaiting the arrival of the St Kilda Football Club to be led out by their captain, Jack Steele. There's no late change. Jared Leonard and Wanganeen Millero came in at selection. So Hanbury misses again, unfortunately. He just played the 2 games back. He's out with an ankle complaint. And Josh Battle misses for the first time this year. While for the Brisbane Lions, no late change again. The 3 changes made at selection. Archie out concussed, Adams out concussed, and Robinson has lost his place in the team. Meanwhile, Jack Payne, Jackson Pryor and Ryan Lester are the 3 inclusions for the Brisbane Lions. The team will be out in just a moment, but Tim Hodges is down on the boundary, and we can head straight inside the St Kilda camp. Tim.
Corbin joined down on the boundary by Corey Enright. Thanks for joining us so close to the bounce, Corey. Can you take us inside the rooms? What's the mood? This is a very, very big night for the St Kilda Footy Club.
Oh, yeah, clearly it's high stakes, and obviously against the quality opposition Friday night, the boys should be really excited about the opportunity that we got in front of us.
Do you like them up? Are they up? Can you get a read on them?
Look, it's the million-dollar question. It's always hard to predict. Like, sometimes it's very quiet and they come out full of steam, and other times it's really boisterous and loud and it's a bit flat. So you can't really pick it. It's such individual these days. Like, everyone does their preparation a little bit differently. So it is something that I find hard to predict, and I'll probably we'll never get it right, no matter how long I'm in it for.
Is it frustrating for you? Would you like to know? Like when you're talking to us now, to say, yes, I know they are on, or I'm not sure?
Clearly you would like to have an indication, but normally the first sort of 5 to 10 minutes, once the game sort of has found its groove a little bit, you can sort of get an idea whether the things that we're going after are there, and whether we're on or whether we're just a little bit off. So it normally gives you a good indication early on.
The fans, the media, this side of the fence, I mean, we sort of know it's almost the last roll of the dice. Do you make mention of that? Does Brett Ratton mention that pre-game, that this is the ultimate stakes right now, guys? There's sort of no tomorrow if the 4 points aren't there by the end of the night?
I think the players are well aware of what the stakes are and the opportunity that is in front of us. And, you don't want to try and make it too big a deal. It's important that we play well for starters, and then play 4 quarters rather than 1 or 2, which we have been doing. We need to play 4 quarters of footy, and then hopefully the result does take care of itself.
It's not an enormous crowd here tonight, but what should Saints fans be looking for straight away?
Well, obviously, it's around the contest, and our midfield versus their midfield. They got a quality midfield. They bat pretty deep in there. So, it's going to be, if we feel like if we're a sort of, it's a bit of a grind early in the game, it probably suits us. So for us early in the game, it's about trying to win our contest and take the ball forward, and we need to give our forwards a good look at it. We probably let ourselves down the last few weeks about not giving our forwards the best chance and kicking the ball well to them. So that's one thing that we should be aiming to do early in the game.
Could you tell, did their confidence take a little bit of a knock last week down in Geelong?
Oh, maybe, but I think, and we've talked about this, like there's not too many teams that go down in Geelong and win first and foremost, but, they do make it a hard, proposition for you to come down there and take away 4 points, which is a hard thing to do. So, obviously we didn't get the result, and we played probably one really good quarter and then 3 sort of quarters that weren't up to standard. So for us, it's about trying to replicate what we did for that 1 quarter for 4 quarters.
And for the opposition, who causes you the most headaches and the most sleepless nights this week? Is it Lachie Neale or Hugh McCluggage or a combination of both, or who is it?
Well, if you go too deep, you won't get much sleep because they've obviously got a really quality midfield, and then their forward line, the guys that can kick multiple goals. If you keep one of them down, the other one will bob up. So they got some threats all over the ground. So it's important that obviously you're aware of who they are and try and limit their capabilities. But again, it's about what we can do as well. It's about how can we give the opposition a few headaches going back the other way.
But do you target one in particular, McCluggage or Neale?
Well, I think it's just going to have to be a team focus with the mids, really, because if we put too much emphasis on one, the other one will get away. So for us, it's about just trying to spread the load in there and being a collective unit.
It's the ultimate stakes. We wish you well. Thanks for joining us so close to the bounce.
Thank you.
There you go, Corbin, Corey and Ryan.
Thanks very much, Hodgie. Straight inside the St Kilda camp there, just moments before the bounce. The 2 Medi subs, Zach Jones and Ryan Lester. The Saints are out on the ground during all of that. They're predominantly wearing predominantly in black as we look at them from the back as they're taking some shots at goal. Of course, the 3 columns on the front in the black shorts. And you can hear the Brisbane Lions theme song in the background. They've got their old, or at least the jumper paying homage to old Fitzroy. It's got the lion on the front with the blue up the top and with red and the white shorts.
Corey Enright not giving too much away to Hodgie there about who the matchup will be. It's got to be Neale. And I would assume it's Windhager, given he's done that. And he's done it okay. Cam Guthrie got away from him last week late. But if that's the challenge for the Lions. If Neale gets shut down, it takes away so much of what the Lions can do. So that's a massive job for Windhager playing in his 17th game of AFL footy to lock away the Brownlow medalists.
I covered one of the games the Saints played against West Coast Eagles. They beat them in Perth about 3 weeks ago. He kept Tim Kelly to 4 disposals. So he's improved week on week. And he nullified Guthrie in the end. 22 disposals. Probably at the end he got away a little bit, but did do a good job.
He did. And he doesn't need to think that he's got to keep Neale to 4 touches, because trust me, that is impossible. But if he could keep Neale to 18 to 22 touches, but sort of back half scrappier, not maybe 4 clearances in total, that is a monster win for the Saints. And because that's maybe, let's call it 12 possessions short for Neale, but it's probably 40 possessions short for the rest of the Lions players who all just feed off Neale and rely on Neale. It'll go a long way to the Saints winning the game if he can do that.
Yeah, I know this is not this game, and it's a long time ago, but Brad Dick was one of my players at Collingwood, and I said to him, you're going to play as a defensive half forward on McLeod, Andrew McLeod. Andrew McLeod had the same number of possessions, had around about 250 metres less, and got predominantly all his possessions under pressure and couldn't deliver them. And so the stats were the same, but when you look at the game, and that's exactly what you're saying, Ling, is sometimes we get a bit caught up in stats. If you can, even Gary Ablett, one of our taggers used to make sure that when he crossed the centre line, he was like glue. Yeah. And the back line, yes, he used the ball well, but he wasn't going to kick goals from the back pocket. So you've just got to be very careful about saying, I'm going to keep him to Kelly's position of 4, so long as you don't let him do the damage, because Neale's position is that he gets it, goes, gets it, and goes. If you can stop him from getting the second possession, then Brisbane have got to get the second possession. I am thrilled to think a player like this young player is going to cut his teeth on how to tag.
Yep. And
First-year player, 19-year-old in his first year.
Yep. And it will teach him so much about how to play midfield.
Oh, yeah.
The tricks that he will learn that he can add to his own game when he becomes more attacking. Andrew McLeod's the only player, Mick, that I was about 2 inches away from him, I reckon, about to tackle him running. And he just turned around, looked at it, realised it was me, and just casually bounced the ball because he knew I wasn't going to get anywhere near him.
He did it to a lot of people.
That sinking feeling of just helplessness, like, you know what, he's right. I'm not going to touch him here, and just motored away from me.
So the Athletics during the week, you're saying your son, your eldest son, got all these abilities, his quick twitch from your wife.
That is absolutely fact. In
Just for those that
triple
don't
jump,
know,
he did all right today.
He got a blue and a green Ribbon, which is outstanding. I tell you what, there's a lot of talent in this room. How'd you go on your basketball today, this week, Kel?
Oh, Mick, you're going to embarrass me. The Chargers, the 6-year-old Chargers.
How'd the Chargers go?
We're winless from 5 games.
That's okay. You're getting closer?
Well, it was 10-0 at half-time.
That's all we need to know?
And I pulled them in at half-time and gave them a speech. I said, we're going to aim for one thing. We're just going to try and get one goal in the second half. And I thought, please, goodness me, let them get a goal because I don't know what. And they did, so it was 14-2. So we did have a little win. We've got the different personalities. How do you deal with that? You know, I've got 2 that are twirling their hair, not even looking at the ball. You know, they're flossing. You know how Bluey flosses? They floss on the basketball court. And they say, oh, can we start a sub? That's our favourite position. Then I've got the 2 that are so competitive that come to me after the game and hammer me with questions because they're so angry and unhappy that they haven't won.
I haven't coached kids at age, but you know, there's someone in this box that has and has done very well. You've got to talk to Lingy about these sort of things because, you know, this mother, daughter, father, son. I mean, the closest I got was umpiring my boys, and believe it or not, one is very diligent, the other one was more a shoe watcher. And I looked around and there was a blue behind the game because, you know, those lines you're not supposed to. My 2 sons are fighting because my eldest son's sitting all the way across the line, so they're on the ground wrestling. My 2 sons are on the ground wrestling.
Hey, Cal, I'm worried for you, though. It's 0-5.
I know.
Koshy might start making some comments about you in the media.
Pressure starts.
Put you all on notice.
Well, I know how Kenny feels. Just say that. Put it that way.
St Kilda and Brisbane coming up. There's no late change at Docklands. The 2 Medi subs, Zach Jones for St Kilda and Ryan Lester for Brisbane. I love the way you set it up, Nick. So, I mean, really, the scout coming in is the Brisbane Lions know how to score, but they don't know how to defend. St Kilda don't know how to score. They can defend at times. And yet you're looking for the other thing tonight. You want to see the Saints score and you want to see the Lions defensively.
I do. Look, that's what I would like to see. You know, the Saints are going to grit their teeth and this sort of stuff. That's all very well and good. I want to see some action down here. And I want to see some players that don't necessarily put their head over the football, I want to see players who love the stats, perhaps sacrifice the stats and do some defending through the corridor. And I've always been, you know what I've said all year about Saints, they do not defend the corridor, and mainly because they've got kick chasers in there. And when the ball gets moved quickly, they are sadly 10 to 15 metres behind. That's that end. I want to see the boy wonder, who is All-Australian, may not get it this year, Andrews, become a defender that wants to actually know his opponent, play on his opponent, and don't worry about how many possessions I'm going to get and how many easy ones I'm going to get. I'm going to play hard football and get back to what I was known for 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, that's a good point on Harris Andrews. I think he just has to readjust his mindset, his starting point. I think we've seen Darcy Moore do it for Collingwood this year. Remember Tom Lynch absolutely towered him one day. And then another week or two, he was a bit off. He thought he could outread everyone. And he goes, the ball comes in, I'm just going to mark it. He forgot that he was a defender first.
Yep.
And then on the odd occasion, he could intercept. I think that's where Harris Andrews needs to bring his game back to. Really strong, ruthless defensively. And then the odd time when you think, okay, I'm in great position, I've read this earlier than everyone else, go and take the mark. You don't have to mark every single one of them.
But I reckon sometimes they can become victims. Like Moore, when Roughhead went, he had to become the Roughhead type player that Collingwood ended up. And I reckon that Marcus Adams is the foil for
Harris Andrews.
Andrews, and now he's not there. So therefore, guess what? Someone has to stand up and defend, and this is an opportunity to get into finals mode now. So it's a great test.
Lingy, just on the Brisbane Lions, it feels like everyone's sort of cooled on them. They've obviously fallen out of the top 4, but we've seen them the last 3 years in finals footy. They've played 6 finals at the Gabba. They've won only 1 of them. And now I guess what we know about them is obvious. They've been slow out of the back half, albeit they brought in Kadeen Coleman this year. Their midfield hasn't been big enough against the big teams, but most of the concern is the fact that they're leaking scores. Can you fix that this late in the year?
Well, they're going to have to, first of all, it's just if they want to win the premiership. Yes, you can, if you really dedicate yourself to, and each player dedicates them to it, and understands that for the betterment of the team, and by extension for you as an individual, you might end up chipping off 2 possessions off your usual possession tally by embracing more what the team needs you to do. But as an entire unit, you will play much better footy. And the quality that you are able to output is so much better as a group and as an individual. So, yes, you can do it, but it's a mindset thing. I look at the Lions and I think I have I had questions about them after round 4. I had questions about them at the mid-year, and the same questions are there. What can they do when Lachie Neale is taken away from the game?
Yep.
What can they do away from the Gabba? What can they do in the biggest of big finals against the best teams? And how do they defend against really, really good teams? Now, the Saints aren't a really, really good team. But to follow on from Mick's point, show me tonight at least the inkling of some of the answers to those questions about how they're going to defend, the way they can support Neale, the depth of their midfield. And that forward line is as exciting on paper as you can get. But I also wonder if it's not just a little bit flaky at times too.
Oh.
Charlie Cameron is superb, but I think they need to also show as a forward line they can consistently be really important and really good every single week.
That's an excellent setup from Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on Grandstand AFL. Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us. Hodgie, how is it downstairs?
Good, Corbin. Nice to be with you. Dane Zorko won the toss. The Lions will kick to the Lockett end. That's the right of screen at home if you're watching on telly listening to us. It's a perfect night for footy. Currently 12 degrees. The roof is closed. No late changes. The medical subs for the Saints, it's Zach Jones. For the Lions, Ryan Lester. The crowd, it's got to be said, is a bit average. In fact, it's worse than average. The Saints may have dropped off. The club expecting low 20,000s. I'm not sure we'd even be at 20,000 right now, so hopefully we get a few latecomers. And the Lions are wearing black armbands tonight for Hugh McCluggage's nan. He's had a rough day. He attended her funeral this morning before driving back to Melbourne at lunchtime, so he's had some sort of day. I hope he has a great game tonight to dedicate to her.
Here. Thanks, Hodgie, for that. Quick tip, Mick?
Oh, I think Brisbane have got Brisbane
for me as well.
Who are you on, Cal?
Brisbane.
So a shutout up here, Brisbane's way. The Lions, their jumper with the nod to old Fitzroy, predominantly in red, with the yellow line on the front and the blue up top and the white shorts, and St Kilda in their traditional strip. So are the Lions a top 4 team? Are the Saints a finalist? We're about to find out. Round 22 of the AFL Premiership season. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And it's the perfect bounce. McInerney rises high over Marshall. McInerney gets a toe poke away, marked though by Leonard. Windhager started alongside Lachie Neale at the start of that bounce. Just as we predicted, or as Cameron Lang said should happen. And the kick has been picked off at turnover here. And Answorth's taken the mark for the Brisbane Lions across half-back.
I'll just even learn it then. What was in the kick? There was no resolve in the kick.
Answorth goes down the line to McInerney, who just dabs it down to Charlie Cameron. Tackle from Stills affects the kick. It's a high one launching over the top. At almost centre-half back there is Patton, the number 33 for the Saints. Look like Matheson's got the run with the St Kilda captain in Jack Steele as well at that opening bounce.
Patton goes short to Ross, hands it back to Patton off the back flank. He kicks down that city wing and getting across. Ainsworth just whacks it out of play.
I reckon Matheson will only take him around the stoppages, Cal.
Yeah.
Because if he's trying to go to Steele around the ground, he needs to get in the same postcode as Jack Steele for starters. But yeah, goes to him around the stoppage as a hard contested player.
The boundary throw in, Marshall pushes it down for St Kilda. It comes the way of McCluggage though. Hand pass to Matheson, gives it to McInerney, kicks inside 50, but stay. Reaching from the back, takes the mark at left half forward.
And Wilkie's hurt his right ankle in that marking contest as well.
Well, it's the last bloke they need injured.
Oh, he's never missed a game.
No, not only that, he's just so honest. Great performer, Wilkie.
Yeah, he did land awkwardly on the replay.
Right foot, right ankle.
Yeah.
So Dan McStay, highly sought after in a walk here, coming off 4 last week. A left footer, his drop punt right to the goal line. Is it there? No. And in the end, bounces off the goalpost and through for a minor score. Brisbane, the first one of the game, 2 minutes in, they've got it behind.
So Sinclair wants to move it quickly from the last line. A give and go he does with Wilkie, who doesn't kick, handballs, and then goes down the line to Windhager.
Well, it's good play by the Saints, really quick, but now it's stopped. They should have kept them going.
And he listens to Mick. So Marcus goes along to half forward. King's in the pack. He was caught behind. Waiting for it was Rich. Great smother applied by the Saints defence. Now there's a tangle of arms and legs. 55 out from St Kilda's goal. And it'll be a ball up The ruck has a pause while both ruckmen eventually get to the contest. Both miss it in the air. It's picked up by Berry. Gives it off to Zorko. Zorko tackled by Lena. Gets his kick away to the city wing. Spoilt from behind. Came from Wilkie. But the Lions have picked it up. Here's a chance from Berry. He just dabs it towards Charlie Cameron. He's got speed to burn. Charlie's going to dribble it across the face. And right across the face. He misses everything. It'll be a boundary throw-in that right forward pocket at the southern end under the closed roof here at Docklands. Charlie just going from first to fifth gear, Lingy, in the opening couple of minutes here.
But a good chase by Jimmy Webster. Give him credit.
Great. And you know what, Lingy didn't let him get in front or behind him. He locked him into the fence. He had to have that, that sort of kick to kick a goal. Didn't kick it.
For the boundary throw-in, comes out the Lions' way. Rayner stands up with the footy. Hand pass wanted. Cameron missed him. It's out of bounds. And a throw-in forward pocket for Brisbane. So I've thought sort of shades of Ling chasing McLeod. Just trying to wrap him up there, Jimmy Webster.
I would have done the old head bob and just made it look as though I was trying, but the gap would have opened quickly.
Brisbane by a point. Early stages, opening term, and a throw-in deep forward for the Lions. The rucks miss it. Comes the way of Neal. He's tackled immediately by Sinclair and will have a ball up 30 metres out from the Brisbane goal.
Sinclair's been good this year.
So good.
What a year.
Webster's playing right. He's got to keep Cameron in front of him and make sure he doesn't turn him, though. That's the secret.
So a ball up 25 out here from the Lions' goal. Marshall just takes it out of the ruck and then spirals it to the broadcast wing. Here's a chance for Owens. In his first handful of games, he takes it and just blazes away. It bounces inside the centre square. Berry's there to mop up. Little give and go with Matheson, and then the short, sharp kick sideways. And Hipwood's got it a long way from home. He's got it on the defensive side of the city wing.
He'll want to bring it this side, Cal. They've loaded it up well. See how well St Kilda can shift across.
Well, Answorth, he kicked backwards and now sideways to Payne, who's got it.
No, St Kilda have covered that really well. So Brisbane had set up to get it to our side of the ground. Saints shifted across and slowed them right down.
And Payne's confused. He's going to go back in the city direction where Matheson marks uncontested to Berry, who's had a heap of it already. This is his fifth disposal. Jared Berry. Short to Zorko. So 5 minutes gone, Mick, and it's Brisbane by a point. Just 1 point on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you're right, Kel. That's the first kick that's actually looked like it. And they had 5 kicks to get the ball no metres.
So he kicked to Rayner, and then Rayner gives it back to the captain, and Zorko drives it long. The big boys are in the pack, and Charlie Cameron's waiting at the back. He keeps his feet. He goes to ground. He fires out a handball, but it's all St Kilda. Lena handballs off to his teammate in Sharman, but it's picked up here by the Lions, and a flying snap is offline, and that is going to be touched over the boundary. Brisbane Lions quick snap.
Well, there's a little bit of arguing going on already with the Lions forward. Zach Bailey, Charlie Cameron having a good little go at each other about giving a handball off, taking the first option. Got to move on from that. Just get back into setting up another chance at goal.
First 6 minutes, majority of it in Brisbane's forward half, and the boundary throw in down to Bailey. He's tackled by Wood. Says legally, and a ball up forward pocket for the Lions. Zach Bailey had a pretty special moment on this ground last year. Kicked the winner against Collingwood after the bell early in the season. Up it goes. Here's Rayner through the stoppage, shoots goalward, but one bounce out of play next to the behind post.
Yeah, they're hitting the ball really quick. One player per stoppage is on the run, and that's what the Saints have to be very careful of because they're mixing it up at the moment.
So here's another stoppage deep in the forward 50 here for the Brisbane Lions. Who's going to hit it at pace? No, Marshall's just going to blunt it. Pick it up out of the ruck. Kick it to the centre circle. Going to ground was long. There's Brisbane line players everywhere. McInerney missed the target. Higgins pounces. No one's inside 50, so he's forced to kick long to an open goal square. Jack Higgins making the most of it and launching a bouncing ball from well outside 50. In the blink of an eye, they went from end to end. And the Saints with the opener, 1 straight 6. The Lions just one behind after 7 minutes of play here in this round 22. Friday night weekend opener.
Yeah, well, it's good play by the Saints. Yeah. They won that loose football. The Lions had 1 extra play, and they've been doing that just on a regular basis here with their ruckman behind the ball, which doesn't always suit because at the moment Marshall's killing them in the front, their front 50 in the ruck work. But they had the 1 play there. I haven't seen the replay of Lingy, but to get that number, head over the football and get that ball moving. It's a good bit of play.
Yeah, and terrific finish by Higgins. Oscar McInerney, he needed to get it going back towards Brisbane's goal rather than knocking it into his path, but great finish.
Saints unexpectedly with the first 5-point lead early stages, and we're going to have a repeat in the centre bounce. Another ball up. 8 minutes in, no late change. St Kilda and Brisbane. Saints playing for a spot in the 8, Brisbane for a spot in the top 4. McInerney wins the tap. Here's McCarthy, comes up with the footy. Hand pass, got it away to Berry. Tackled by Wanganeen Miller. Hands it away to Zorko, links up with McCarthy. 45 out, went short to Danaher, but a sprawling mark to Howard. Takes the intercept mark, back pocket for St Kilda. And again, it's deep at the Lions, forward 50. St Kilda 1 straight, Brisbane 1 behind.
I think St Kilda have got to make it a scrap early so the Lions don't get their confidence up, and I think they're playing a good, tough game at the ball, the Saints.
So the short kick went to Webster, who looks like he's got the job on Charlie Cameron tonight. Goes long down the line. Max King was there. Hipwood's got him for company. Fired out. Berry involved again. And now quick hands. Rayner thought about giving it off to McCluggage. Instead he spins on his left and he goes for home, and he's hit the point post about halfway up. So it'll be a St Kilda free. They've been offline, the Saints.
He's the one, Cam Rayner. If he could find another gear, a really good gear to go to, he could elevate this Brisbane Lions team to the very top.
Straight back to the boundary line, City side. Cooper Sharman with the long kick to half-back. In front is King, competes, can't mark, close to the boundary line. Wanganeen Miller a bolt over, no free kick. Brisbane get it back. Zorko threw his head back, no free for him either. Butler just bangs it back in the other direction for St Kilda. Payne takes a one-hander in front of Ben Long. He's one of the 3 inclusions for Brisbane this week, along with Jackson Pryor and Ryan Lester, who's the Medi sub. Jack Payne with a long kick back to half forward. Hipwood runs underneath it, caught in a tangle with Sharman. He's getting a free. And Hipwood will take it 52 metres out, pressed up against the boundary.
Trying to work out why there's a free kick there. He played in front. He didn't grab him. Just seeing it now. Oh, he's got to jump. He's got to hold his jumper. Yeah. 6 to 1, half dozen the other. Forward always gets a free kick, Lingy, as you know.
It's a pretty crowded forward 50. Eric Hipwood's got his left peg against the fence. He comes in from 55 out. He shanks it. Might yet work out. It does.
No, that was a pass.
McCluggage takes it. 25 out directly in front. Gee, you're kinder to him than I am, Cal.
I am currently in your camp, Corbs, but I'm prepared to look at another replay.
Okay. That's the definition of a shank.
The perfect shank.
We needed the television replay close up on his eyes, and if his eyes had darted right, I was right, Lingy.
Big day for Hugh McCluggage. He goes back and he misses. And this has long been the knock on his game. So 15 goals, 16 for the season. Again, he's in the red in terms of his finishing. 2 behinds for Brisbane. St Kilda 1 straight. And as Cal mentioned, they're a little wayward early, Brisbane.
His plant leg and his body just his plant leg collapses and his body momentum is all backwards.
Saints by 4.
In 6-1 inside 50s. It's just
inside 56-1. You read my mind.
Well, and McCluggage, this is unreliable. Finals football.
So the kick out of the defence towards Steele, bounces off Crouch. Crouch is going to tackle Neil. Neil's on the bottom of the pack.
You were on the inside 50s, Cal. That's because you're thinking like a coach now, just like Mick. Just bang, straight onto it.
Oh, these 6-year-old girl Chargers, look out. Goodness me. Back underway on the broadcast wing. Answorth puts his body on the line. He's met heavily by a couple of Saints. The Saints are on tonight. They've brought the physicality.
Well, we've gone 9 minutes and Lachie Neale has not had a disposal. And I think that just shows testament to a young bloke's courage and also concentration.
So Marshall on the City wing, Docklands wing rather, works it from Crouch back to Clark. Skies it to half forward. King was there. Great spoil from behind by Andrews. Pryor, quick hands to Payne. It comes back now. And Answorth gets the kick away. Danaher on a long lead. Mark Strong in front of Howard, in front of the interchange gates.
And they're in a bit of push and shove as well, Mick. Windhager and Lachie Neale. So Windhager with the honours very early as Cameron comes from 3 deep to take a hanger at centre half forward. The long ball inside 50. He got a saloon run and then hangs onto it on the way down.
We so often refer to him as a small forward, but really he's basically a full forward.
Yeah.
He just happens to be the height of a small forward, but he plays as a genuine marking target, often the deepest for the Lions. Strong in a lead, brilliant in a pack. That's a great grab.
Yeah, you can't do much about that.
He's a threat on the air, on the ground, and to finish, he's a threat there too. Cameron kicks Brisbane's first, and an early lead change. Brisbane by a couple. 1-2-8, they lead St Kilda 1 straight 6. The inside 50 count lopsided 7-1 in favour of the Brisbane Lions. And they hit the front again in this opening team.
Just a little one on the Windhager v Lachie Neale battle. I've been watching it really closely for the last couple of minutes. When Brisbane won the ball at half-back, Lachie Neale went sprinting back towards the St Kilda goal, just trying to get a touch.
Yep.
He knows the numbers. All the good mids know their numbers. He was flying the other way, so not trying to attack, just trying to get a touch. Didn't get it, then got involved in a wrestle. That is a big, big win to Windhager.
Absolutely.
When you've got your mid just trying to go back into the defensive 50 to hunt a touch, rather than thinking about how I can attack, you've already got them on the back foot.
McStay's into the ruck, and it's Marshall who wins it straight down to McCluggage. Has a bounce, bursts out of the centre, could go for home, he does, he bounces it through. That's about 2 in 20 seconds after they had to wait 13 minutes for their first, Brisbane. And suddenly the Saints' heads are spinning. Brisbane by 8, 2-2-14. St Kilda 1 straight 6.
But Mick, then Lachie Neale does something like that.
Yeah.
That was lightning fast hands. That's just
It was
brilliant.
so quick. I was still watching Marshall in the air.
Yeah, yeah.
Unbelievable. He barely touched it, and he just little flicked to McCluggage and bang, they're away.
And the ruck, Marshall had clear control of the ball. And this is where you've got to be so careful about putting the ball in an area where you know you may not be as dominant. Sometimes there's an area to be able to slam the ball, get the ball into a mongrel area, say 5 to 10 metres out, and make them have to chase the football. Because anyone who's got good sharp hands like Neale, you're really feeding them.
Special moment for Hugh McCluggage. Had to attend his nan's funeral earlier today and kicking a goal and having an impact early here. Brisbane go forward again as Bailey kicks to centre half forward. Danaher overruns it. Wilkie at the back. His hand pass to Webster stolen. Cameron has it. Tackled. Got a hand pass off his backside to Ross of the Saints. He gives it to Wilkie. Kicks out of the defensive arc. Spoil comes from Coleman. Down to Hildo. Hand pass to Crouch. Too slow to get rid of it. Brisbane win it back. Rich to Rayner. Hand pass to Bailey. Gee, it's a hot footy at the moment. Coleman got it. He's caught. Ball spits out to Gardner. Surge kick inside the forward 50. Out of the reach of Wilkie. Still close to the boundary line. And now it's eventually bouncing out. So the game's just gone up a notch. Boundary throw in 30 out from the Brisbane goal. The Lions with 2 quick ones. They lead it by 8 points, 16 minutes in.
Quick rewind. Should have been a free kick to Joe Danaher. Tunnelling. Should have been a free kick to Charlie Cameron. Too high. And then everyone was appealing for 2 holding the balls that were the correct calls to play on.
So 12 back in, inside 50 here for the Lions. It was Hipwood up against Marshall, and then Pryor eventually sees it over.
Obviously Marshall now that he's dominating the ruck, just do a bit more with the ball. Either if they're not moving the ball from the stoppage, get rid of it. Move it 15 metres yourself.
McStay now into the ruck. Again, Marshall wins it, trying to kick it out of the air. There was Starcevic. Comes the way of Berry, gives it off to Answorth. Bombs it to the top of the goal square. Howard in a better position than Danaher. And Howard reads it best. He marks right on the edge of that defensive goal square. Brisbane lead it by 8 points. 18 minutes gone in this first term. The kick wasn't great. Here's a chance. That was Lyons that's got it. Lyons tried to handball. In the end, he had to tackle Mason Wood to the ground in a tough one-on-one competition. And it'll be a ball up as the Brisbane Lions creep closer to goal, looking for their 3rd goal of the night.
And again, the Saints playing all the game in their back half at the moment. Grabbed out of the ruck by Marshall. Hooks a kick down the wing. McStay leaps up and takes the mark in front of Max King. So
yeah, King's going to get mauled tonight. I think Andrews may well have been told, play what you have to do.
Stay a little higher up the ground. Kicks out wide to Hipwood, who hangs it inside the boundary line. Hooks it back into the corridor. Bailey spills the mark. Now he's under the pump. Tackled by Ross. Ump says ball up. Still at half forward for Brisbane, 40 out from their goal. No late change coming in. St Kilda kicked the first. Despite the inside 50 count lopsided in Brisbane's favour, the Lions with the last two. They lead it by 8 points. And the ball up, Crouch's kick, cut off. McCarthy there for Brisbane. Hand pass to Matheson, hands it away to Answorth, gives it to Coleman. He's mowed down. King with the chase down tackle. Hunt says ball up, no prior opportunity. And 55 metres out from the Brisbane goal. It'll be tossed in the air. The Lions by 8 points after 18 minutes.
Saints fans love that from their star full forward. He was a long way from home. Now it trickles inside 50. Ross tries to keep it in play, and in the end he just walks it. Casually waltzes over the boundary in front of Zach Bailey, who turns to the umpire and appeals for deliberate. And the umpire was having none of it.
But some weeks that gets paid.
Yeah, yep.
As in Brisbane being paid, you imagine they would have gone nuts on the boundary.
So yet another boundary throw in inside 50 for the Lions, and it comes straight down to Rayner, a step or two into space. High ball is offline, misses everything, out of bounds on the full.
What Cam Rayner's got to realise is he's so powerful and so quick, he can take one extra step.
Yeah.
At the moment, he's bursting through, he's getting it, and then rushing the kick.
Yep, totally agree. The other thing is, I can't remember a game 13-1 inside 50s.
Yeah.
Wilkie out of the defensive arc, and Marshall with a good pack mark. Half back for St Kilda. He looks down the wing, broadcast side. One bounce out of play in front of King and Andrews, and a throw in next to the benches.
Mick, you're onto it about Harris Andrews. I reckon Chris Fagan has put it onto him big time this week. He's scrapping every time King even just wants to jog to a different part of the ground. He's getting in his way. He is locked on defensively. Big challenge for King.
Lions by 8, approaching time on in the opening term. As McInerney wins it down, passing through traffic. Bailey, hand pass to Rich, tackled immediately by Long. And a ball up 60 metres out from the Saints' goal at left half forward.
Who's going to be second ruck for Lynette, isn't it?
We haven't seen it yet for Brisbane, and Leonard's doing it for the Saints here.
So Ross is going to send it long into the forward pocket. Here's a chance for King. He fumbles and bumbles and kicks it through for a behind. Plenty of pressure. It was a loose ball that he was able to pounce on running into the goal, but missing because of all the pressure and tackling pressure from behind. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kel, some concern here for St Kilda. Jimmy Webster just came off the ground holding his right hamstring. I don't think it's done, but he's certainly had to speak to the physio. They've taken him down to the rooms. Zach Jones is hanging around the sub, very interested in what's happening. I still think they're going to try and get him back on, but serious concern with Webster right now.
Thanks, Hodgie. Lions work it up to the wing, but it's chopped off. Sinclair, hand pass away to Wood. He gives it to Clark, who can send St Kilda back inside 50. King crashes through the pack. Long left it behind, tried to whack it out. It ends up in the lap of Rich, who just, with a surge kick, pumps it up to halfway. Unkind bounce for Cameron. Now he's a threat at ground level. Sharman tries to knock it to Leonard. McInerney clever. Sockers it out in front of Neal. Knocks it on in front of himself. He can't pick it up. And Sinclair again saves the day for the Saints. Hand pass to Howard. Hand pass to Sharman, who kicks to Clark, and he marks it half back for the Saints. Lions by 7 points, time on in the first.
Wedges the kick over the top to Patton.
Well, some bravery in that for the Saints. A desperation bravery, but nonetheless didn't concede at all and saved a certain goal.
Patton to Wilkie to Sinclair, all short, sharp kicks working in a triangle. And now Sinclair squares it, where Wanganeen Miller marks uncontested. He's got some space, but instead he dabs that kick, puts his teammate under the pumping Clark, who is able to gather and get it up to Windhager, who marks defensive side of the dock side wing here, right in front of the interchange gates. Oh, his kick missed the target in Brad Hill, 12.5 metres away. And it went over Bradley Hill's head and trickled over the boundary, right in front of both benches. So boundary throw in here. Windhager, who started so well on Lockie Neal, he's might have had a few more than just the one handball early. That one handball led to a goal. Here's Wanganeen Miller to lean it. Now Windhager burns Lockie Neal. He can't catch him. He sends it inside 50 and Membry marks. Going back with the flight. How good was that from Marcus Windhager, taking the best player in the game on. Dashed away from him and then hit up Membry in the left forward pocket.
That's how you beat him, Kel, is have the ball and hurt them with the ball.
Yep.
I mean, there's no better form of defence than to have the football because your opponent hasn't got it.
And around the stoppages, they're never going to pay you the attention.
No.
So if you can get on goal side at the right time and hurt them, you make them concentrate on you.
Membry off a step or two goes the set snap. He's curled that beautifully. He's curled it through masterfully. And he's letting Zorko know all about it. There's a bit of push and shove afterwards as well. There's feeling and intensity in this contest already. Inside 50, 14-4. This game, this opening term, has been played on Brisbane's terms. To the right of your TV screen or to the southern end of the stadium, it's been locked in there for most of the term, and yet on the scoreboard, it's the Lions by 1. 2-2-14, St Kilda 2-1-13.
And that's the key point, Kel. On the scoreboard right now, the Saints have held on. They've been outplayed, absolutely, but it is only 1 point the difference, and they've got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. That little opportunities like Windhager taking Neil on there. Neil has only had the one handball. Nearly got the goal down the other end when he couldn't pick it up, but lots of little wins for the Saints.
Lions by a point, back in the middle. McInerney wins it down. Steele had it. Hand pass and turnover. Here's Neil. Gives it to McCarthy. Ugly kick inside 50. And Sharman at centre half back chops it off. Flares it out to Lena, who Knights on the city wing. Can send St Kilda to half forward. Owens the target. Spoil comes in the back from Answorth. Straight into the path to Butler. Hand pass away to Crouch. He gives it to Ross. Hand pass back to Crouch. 60 from home. Kicks inside 50. Wood the target. Andrews spoils, and then the follow-up tackle on Owens. Over the boundary line, and Harris Andrews. Certainly with a bit of pep in his step tonight. A boundary throw in, 40 out from the Saints goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
This is not good news for St Kilda. Jimmy Webster has just come back and he needs a bag of ice on that right hamstring. It's done. So Zach Jones is into this game. So the substitution has had to be made already for St Kilda.
So boundary throw in, deep inside 50 here for the Saints, but it's the Lions that can clear it through Answorth. He kicks on the outer side. It goes over the boundary. So throw in, they'll reset on the outer wing. Marshall hasn't got an opponent right now in the ruck. Eventually trudging up is Oscar McInerney. So they renew their battle. In the front position is Marshall. He's going to pick it up and throw it on the right boot. It's a bouncing ball over the head of Wood. It'll sit here for Andrews as soon as he collects it. He's caught by Wood, one side, Owens the other. He's going nowhere.
He's had a string of hamstring injuries as well for Jimmy Webster, and that's not good news. Another one at the business end of the season, and St Kilda sub made in the opening term as it's one down by Marshall to Ross. He's tackled immediately.
And Patton's gone to Charlie Cameron. It looked like Webster started on him.
Marshall's destroying Brisbane ruck, but they're just not capitalising the Saints at ground level.
Marshall swats it down. Here's Lena close to the boundary line. He's happy to take it over and sort of throw in 40 out from the Saints goal. Hodgie.
Corbin, just amazing scenes here. So Zach Jones has now been subbed into the game. He's still sitting on the back seat of the bench with his arm around Jimmy Webster. Webster, as you said, has had a string of soft tissue injuries. He's distraught, and Zach Jones is just sitting comforting him at the moment before he actually takes his top off and gets into this game.
Thanks, Tim. So from the ball up, or boundary throw in, Matheson got a kick away. Rayner picked it up and he was tackled by Ross, tried to break through it, and Ross made it stick. There's a bit of push and shove too, trying to return the 40 as Danaher and Lena involved in a bit of a wrestle. Now Ross has got it back and the forward 50's filled up. And the left footer kicks a dart into the pocket. It's whacked back to the top of the goal square. Dangerous position. Hill lays a big tackle on Lyons. Umpire circles. He thought about it and decided against it. In the end, we'll have a ball up. Top of the attacking goal square. Jared Lyons hands the footy back to the umpire. And the Saints looking for the lead.
Congestion Arama. McInerney is stolen out of his hands. Coleman was tackling the St Kilda player Butler, who just tries to whiz past at the top of the goal square and steal it out of Big Oscar's hand. But they were up to his tricks, were the Brisbane Lions. Flick back up again. This time McInerney tries the toe poke. It's smothered. Windhager's in there. It's socket out eventually by a Brisbane Lions player, and Clark rises high in the middle of the ground. Wheels around, finds a bit of space as Hunter Clark gives off the handball to the left footer in Ross. Throws it on his left. It'll land in the goal square. Arching back was Owens. under the pump. Last line of defence here is the Brisbane Lions. Pryor does really well. Lockie Neal with just his second possession of the game, and it's a good one. Hands it off to Andrews, and then Andrews' high ball is spoilt by Charlie Cameron out of the dangerous territory and over the line. It'll be a boundary throw in half forward here for the Saints.
Real good fight at him, the Saints. Real good fight at him. And interesting enough, their balance behind the ball has been outstanding.
Zach Jones only just now putting on his jumper, taking off the warm-up top, so he's into the game officially for Jimmy Webster. Saints trickle a kick inside 50, but Andrews picks it up. He gets one back out of the defensive arc, but Windhager's on it again. Hand pass picked off. McCarthy's crunched in a heavy tackle from Marshall. Says play on, stoppage behind him. And we're going to have a ball up as Pryor's locked up by Sinclair, so centre half forward for the Saints. A heap to play for. Lions for their top full position. And for St Kilda, they're playing for their season. As it comes down and Matheson lays a big tackle, the umpire lets them go a long time before eventually calling for another ball up. It's Jack Steele who's tackled immediately. So centre half forward for the Saints. Brisbane lead it by a point. 29 travelled opening term.
It's pretty fierce of Matheson on Steele. So tossed up in the air and they jump on top of it. Steele's in there. So too is Zorko. Zorko's come out on the angry pills tonight.
They're umpiring this Lingy like a final. They're not paying the ticky touchwood and they're not paying the holding the ball. They're really making you earn the ball. It's
Centre
good
half
umpiring.
forward again, and this time Zorko wins it off the hands of the ruck. A high kick was ineffective in the end. Lincoln McCarthy runs onto it, loops the handball only as far as Patton. He's tackled by Cameron. This is fierce. Great work ethic, great determination, real intent from both sides. We've got a minute, just over a minute to play before quarter time. It's the Lions by 1 point. Tossed up in the air, right in front of the benches. Matheson's got it. He's going nowhere. He's got Steele and Ross either side.
3 hand passes to Neal, I think. I don't think he's had a kick yet. An outstanding effort by the young fella.
Windhager has got 4 to his name. He's been fantastic. So Ross, a little toe poke. It sits perfectly for Owens. The youngster takes off. He has a bounce. He gives it to Wood. Wood's going to go for home. Wood from the tightest angle, 48 metres out. And it bounces it through as a low ball for a goal. And the Saints are in front by 5. 3-1-19. Brisbane 2-2-14. We're in the last minute before quarter time.
Rowan Marshall and Dane Zorko having a few more words. You're right about Zorko, Cal. He's come out very, very grumpy, but St Kilda doing really well around those stoppages here down in front of us, Mick. Really physical. It's the first one's a tackle, and then it's scrap and fight, and then eventually they're getting out on their side, and it's been a couple of young blokes just prepared to take the game on. Owens on that occasion. It was Windhager a little bit earlier that have created the goals for St Kilda.
What did we call the 50s at one stage, Lingy? It was 1-13, was that right?
It was 14-4, so 7 of the last 8 inside 50s for the Saints.
13-1.
It's 13-1.
There you go. It's even more dramatic. Crooked bounce back in the middle, so it's currently 15-11.
Yeah, so the Saints have turned that right around to now that they're clearing the ball. Marshall's done better now with the ball at the stoppages.
10 of the last 12 inside 50s for the Saints. Tossed up back in the middle. Rucks share it. Falls at their feet. McInerney jumps on top of it. Pack forms around him. Umpire gives them a moment to get it out. Spits around like a pinball, and in the end, McCluggage just hands it out wide. McInerney again off his knees, gives it back to McCluggage. Shoulders square out the front door of the centre square. Hits up Hipwood, who takes the mark 40 metres from home, just left of centre.
Tell you what, Corbin, you just realise how tall some of these forwards are for Brisbane. The Saints aren't tall, and you just see the one-on-ones. They're giving away just those couple of inches, and it's... Well, Hipwood there was lead out, taking its highest point, left his defender behind him.
3 bigs for Danaher, Hipwood, McStay, all 3 left footers. After the bell at quarter time, Eric Hipwood has popped it through, and at last, some bang for the Lions buck, dominating inside 50s earlier. But they only lead as a result of the last drop punt of the opening term. Brisbane 3-2-20, St Kilda 3-1-19. The opening quarter had 4 lead changes, And in the end, it's 3 goals apiece. The Lions by a solitary point. 3-2-20, St Kilda 3-1-19. The goal kickers in that opening term, one for Hipwood, one for Cameron, one for McCluggage. While for St Kilda, Jack Higgins kicked the first of the game, one for Memory and one for Mason Wood. We've also had the Medi sub for St Kilda activated in that opening quarter. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, just an update from the Saints. We thank them for getting back to us. So Jimmy Webster was taken down to the rooms. I think he feared, or he was hopeful it might have been just cramp in that right hamstring, but hoping didn't help. They have confirmed it is a full right hamstring, so it's unfortunate he has been taken out of the game. His soft tissue woes continue, and Zach Jones, who is just about to start his warm-up, wasn't used in those last 6 minutes when he was actually activated into the game, will do his warm-up during this quarter-time break, so pretty smart by the Saints, and he'll start in the game in the second term.
Thanks, Hodgie. Second week in a row, Zach Jones, the Medi sub. He was used last week for Dan Hannabury, and he's in the game early tonight. The Lions by a point on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
Conversations.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
At Camberwell, these two grannies were fighting with fighting sticks. Someone who has seen and done remarkable things.
Obtain an aircraft in Cairns, fly over to New Guinea, collect heroin inside a false bottom suitcase from Bangkok, and then fly it back the red tartan suitcase.
Hear the latest conversations weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio.
Or anytime on the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Brisbane line plays everywhere. McInerney missed the target. Higgins pounces. No one's inside 50, so he's forced to kick long to an open goal square. Jack Higgins making the most of it and launching a bouncing ball from well outside 50.
As Cameron comes from 3 deep to take a hanger at centre half forward. He's a threat on the air, on the ground, and to finish, he's a threat there too. Cameron kicks Brisbane's first, and an early lead change.
Marshall, who wins it straight down to McCluggage, has a bounce, bursts out of the centre, could go for home, he does, he bounces it through. Now Windhager burns Lockie Neal, he can't catch him, he sends it inside 50 and Memory marks. Memory off a step or two goes the set snap, he's curled that beautifully.
This is not good news for St Kilda. Jimmy Webster has just come back and he needs a bag of ice on that right hamstring. It's done. So Zach Jones is into this game, so the substitution has had to be made already for St Kilda.
He gives it to Wood. Wood's going to go for home. Wood from the tightest angle, 48 metres out, and it bounces it through as a low ball.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
St Kilda playing for their season, the Brisbane Lions for their spot in the top 4. 4 lead changes in the opening quarter, and at quarter time it's Brisbane by a point. Corbin, Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. We were talking as part of the pre-game about fearsome mascot names in footy. Obviously, your grandson playing for the Cobras. We're talking about the mighty Bandicoots.
Bandicoots,
from Pibra Lake. One of the nominations put forward from Ed in Preston, the Preston Bull Ants. Fearsome as in they have a painful bite but hard to work into a jersey design. I think that's fair to say with a bull ant. And the other one from Dom, the University Rainbows in Hobart are a classic footy name. Go the Bows.
Go the Bows. Goodness gracious me.
If you've got some for us, 0437 774 774.
I've just had the calculator out because I'm trying to think like a coach with Mick and Lingy in this broadcast box for the whole season. So the inside 50 count is 16-11, but it was Brisbane 13-1, and then it was St Kilda 10-3.
Yeah.
So it was a quarter of two halves, as a coach would say.
Yeah, and most of that come from stoppages, and we look at the stoppages and it's 11-16 or 11-14, and you think there's no doubt Marshall got his hand to a lot of it, but it's what you then do. Now, if you're getting mauled early, then you've got to change it. I thought Marshall changed it marginally, that he put the ball right in front of him, so therefore the player who was going to get it had to run through him, or he got it himself. So it's very interesting just trying to watch ruckman. It takes a while for ruckman to work things out. And he did it in the quarter, which is quite extraordinary.
I think what we also saw through the middle of the ground was St Kilda having a real crack, really physical, really strong. and they're just starting to flip a few their way, and that's getting out, and they got those couple of goals from that. We're also again seeing, Mick, what you can do to the Lions when Lachie Neale is not having a massive influence. Windhager's playing a terrific game, and he's had 5 touches himself, set up a goal. Neale's only had the 3 touches. And I reckon those other Lions players through the middle of the game take a long time to adjust when Neale's not bringing them into the game. Now, Jared Berry's had a little bit of the footy in that first quarter. He's had 8 disposals, and McCluggage just found it 6 times and kicked that lovely running goal set up by Lachie Neale. But they're the ones now who actually have to elevate and really take back control of the middle of the ground, not waiting for Lachie to get the game back on their terms.
Yeah. And does that bother you, though, Lingy, going into a final series knowing that he means so much, and therefore there goes our final series if we haven't got one player? I mean, this is the old fallback. If he doesn't get if he's been held, 2 or 3 others have got to step up, or I say this, not wait till finals to step up. Should be doing it through the year. And I just think this is one of those thorns in the side of their ambitions to win a premiership.
Nick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Second term underway. It's Brisbane by a point. Marshall grabs it out of the right, kick smothered. Ricochets to Zach Jones, his first touch. Got it away to Windhager, hand pass to Crouch. Links up with Steele, kicks to centre half forward. Big leap, Ben Long, can't come down with it. Spills to Higgins. Got a hand pass out to Wanganeen Miller. Paddles it out in front of him. Pryor on him like a pair of socks. Can't get him down. Hand pass over the shoulder from Crouch. Back towards the attacking 50. The Lions chop it off. McCluggage by hand to Coleman. Hand pass away to Rich. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Turnover. Hill onto it for the Saints. The 1-2 with Wilkie.
Wilkie's handball missed the target. There's lines everywhere at centre half back. Eventually it works its way to Bailey. Bailey takes off through the centre. Handballs over to Gardner. Gardner's kick comes out wide. Really going to make Danaher work here. Danaher on the bottom of the pack. It's flicked out. Wood gets it. Bobbing up on his feet is Sinclair, and then he hits up Marshall. Marshall at half back. A couple of quick turnovers to start this one. Here's another one because it missed the intended target in Steele. Lyons was there, so too Bailey. Tried to flick it onto McCarthy. Missed the target. Blong had it. Then he lost it. And now in comes Patton Hard. And he tackles the Brisbane player in Pryor on the bottom of the pack. Flicked back up. McInerney thumps it, looking for and finding McCarthy, but McCarthy's flicked the throw to Lyons. It'll be a free kick to Brad Hill.
I'm still trying to work out why McStay didn't kick the ball long to the goal square to Eric Hipwood one out. I don't like the hesitancy to not get into your good forward line really quickly.
Hill goes out wide, trying to fly for the footy is long. Affects the mark from Pryor and spills it over the boundary line, so a throw in on the City wing.
And as you say, they've got the 3 tools and they've got Cameron up there. I just don't get the one-on-ones. If you've got one-on-one, you've got to trust your forwards, especially when you're on that stage. And they've kicked all goals. If you ever look at their goal kickers, Cameron, Bailey, Danaher, McCarthy, McStay are all in the top 5.
Marshall wins the hit out down to Brad Crouch, kicks down the wing, Membry caught at the back. Gardner in his 150th, takes the footy, kicks it downfield. He was cleaned up afterwards. Hipwood takes the mark between wing and half forward, kicks for Danaher in the pocket, spills over the head of Danaher and out of play.
So Crouch crunched him after and put him down, and now they're remonstrating with Brad Crouch.
Yeah, saw the replay, Cal. Bump to the head. Now we know that the AFL reacts stronger when the outcome is worse and Darcy Gardner's up, but that is a clear bump to the head from Crouch.
Forward pocket for the Lions. McStay can't grab it out of the ruck clean. Spills to Jared Lyons. Tackled by Wanganeen Miller. Saints fans want holding the ball. They won't get it. And a ball up. Half forward, 45 metres out from the Brisbane goal. The Lions by a point. Early doors, second term.
Flicked up. Wilkie comes through. His kick was smothered though. Wilkie's going to go and get it again here. Pryor tackles him. It spills clear. And Coleman tackles long over the boundary line. Well, it's good that Gardner's up and about in his 150th.
Yeah, but
thought for a moment there, Lingy, he might not remember it.
No, this is a good test for whether or not the AFL wants to punish the action or the outcome of an action.
Twirling ball back in. McCluggage tries to take it one hand. Crouch at him. And Crouch has given away the free, so McCluggage will take it. He's a couple of kicks out from goal. He's got it on the city side of the stadium. He's already kicked a goal in the opening term. He stabs the pass into that right forward pocket, and charging out was Danaher. Arms outstretched. He's taken it right at the tip of his fingertips.
I'll just say, I don't think Gardner's clear yet. The doctors are looking at that shot on the boundary. You know what the doctors like, they go over it and over it. And if they deem that he may have concussion, he may have to come off and do a test.
So in a one-on-one contest, Danaher outmarked Dougal Howard, and now he's got it in the right forward pocket, which is the right side for a left footer. And he has slotted it through. Danaher with his first. 4-2-26 the Lions, 3-1-19. Brisbane out by 7, as you can hear. A little flat with the celebrations. Few Brisbane Lions fans here. Cheer squads up the other end of the ground, but more so obviously Saints fans. It is a little disappointing, this crowd tonight, around maybe 20, 25,000, plenty of empty seats.
Again, that Brisbane Lions forward line, which is their strength, doing their best work. I think they were able to isolate there and a bit of movement, and then Danaher on the lead. Link McCarthy was there as well, but just shows me what they can do. That was a crowded forward line, and they still found a target. Whenever they've got an opportunity to go in there quick and it's one-on-one, they should just take it.
Oh, absolutely. That's where it's a thing called trust. You trust, and the more you ignore, the player in front of you starts to have misgivings for you.
So free kick in the middle here for a high tackle. Neil will get it against Windhager. Hand pass to Rich. Kicks deep inside the forward 50. McStay caught at the back. Wilkie had his arms dragged down in front. Ump says play on, and Cameron's tackled by Patton. Will have the ball up. 20 out from the Brisbane goal. Up it goes as Marshall palms it down. G. Crouch puts his head over the footy. Bailey bustling through in the other direction. Sinclair extracts it for the Saints. Hand pass to Hill, to Wilkie. Away to Windhager. Hurried kick. Intercepted by Rich. Touched on the way through. Now he's tackled, and we'll have a ball up centre half forward for Brisbane.
There's no prisoners out there. This is a really fierce game. The stakes are so high.
Right on the arc of 50. Brisbane Lions. McInerney gets it down to McCluggage. He was dispossessed. Lions fighting hard. Quick hands from over to Lockie Neal it was. Neal goes high, and the mark taken by Lincoln McCarthy, outmarking Sinclair, and he's directly in front, 35, 40 metres out.
There's another one, Lingy, that takes a good mark.
Yeah.
They've got some high flyers and some strong players. Sinclair's no mark had been moved, and he was moved right off the ball there. It was a very good mark by McCarthy, because he moved his body first onto Sinclair so he couldn't get in position.
So McCarthy from directly in front, looking for his first goal of the night to extend the lead to 13 points. Kicking to the northern end, the right foot up, splits the middle. Couple in a row for the Lions in their first significant opening in this contest. 5-2-32, St Kilda 3-1-19.
32 goals for the season for Lincoln McCarthy. He really is a genuine threat, isn't he, Mick? In that forward line. And as you said, I mentioned in the first quarter with Charlie Cameron, but then again with McCarthy, they're so-called small forwards are genuine threats in the air. They're really good marks.
And put Rayner in there as well.
Rayner as well, yeah. And when you've got that, it means that the St Kilda defenders defending them have to play close even when the high ball's coming in, which allows Hipwood and McStay and Danaher more often than not to get isolations in one-on-ones.
Different subject, I'd be inclined now to bring King out to centre half forward. That brings Andrews out there for start off and changes the dynamics of the forward line.
Lions going forward again as Neil hand pass away to McInerney. Kicks a barrel. Gee, that went, 60 metres? All the way to the forward pocket and one bounce out of play. And the big O, the big torp.
Heavily weighted now to 50 metres too.
Boundary throwing alongside the behind post. And similar to what we saw in the first quarter, the first half of this second term has all been in Brisbane's forward half. Neil getting involved with the stoppage effort shoots from the forward pocket. He's kicked it across the face and a behind.
He's starting to get dangerous, Lockie.
He's up to 4 disposals in his second term after just 3 handballs in the first. He's got Marcus Windhager for company. Brisbane by 14 points, 8 minutes into the second.
Windhager went step by step from the centre circle all the way down, and still he got a shot, did Lockie. So a free kick going the Brisbane Lions way now, looking to send it straight back in after the kick from the Saints didn't come off. Answorth is going to drive it into that right forward pocket. Danaher sits himself. Howard up high, gets the spoil. Sharman was there as well. Oh, crunch. Starcevic came from behind on Higgins and he's hurt himself. He's down, is Starcevic. Rayner twisting, turning, zigzagging through traffic. It lands in the goal square. There'll be a scramble here. Lincoln McCarthy gives it back to his teammate in Pryor. Quick hands, now twisting and turning his Lyons. Lyons goes the shot. It's going to land at the top of the goal square. Off hands, Rayner can't control it. Steele's there, tackled by Pryor. Dispossessed, Ross back to Lena, to Brad Hill last line. Sinclair poised, and then it's Wanganeen Millerer in the back pocket.
Is that Starcevic still hurt over there?
Yeah. That's his shoulder. Has he got it taped? I reckon he may have done his dislocation.
Wanganeen Millerer kicking towards that area of the ground, the city boundary line, and off hands. It's whacked out of play by Payne, so a throw in between winger and half forward for Brisbane.
Is he going to stay out there, Starcevic?
What if it was his shoulder?
Players they are so tough.
Amazing. So Starcevic stays on the ground. We'll have a boundary throw in here as McInerney wins it down. Ross's hand pass to Windhager. He's tackled straight away.
I just saw the replay. I wouldn't get out of bed for a month now, Mick, if I cop that contact again.
He may have winded himself. The left arm was tucked into his ribcage, and hopefully he's avoided shoulder injury.
Lyons from the stoppage. Here's McCluggage, kicks to centre half forward. Picked up by Lyons, took on the tackler. He's in trouble. And Jared Lyons caught by the Medi sub for St Kilda, and Zach Jones is into the game in the opening quarter. Unfortunately, Jimmy Webster suffering a hamstring injury, so it's Brisbane by 14 points, 11 minutes into the second term.
I'll tell you what, they do need, though, the Saints. They need a goal to settle this game down and bring it back into it, because at the moment it's being controlled, very much controlled by Brisbane. And again, it's been played in the front half, and that's dangerous. You can only hang out for so long before the walls collapse.
Daniel McStay, that's a nice blood nose.
What can you say, Hodgie, from where you are?
Yeah, that's a Daniel McStay smack in the nose, so he's got some fair bit of blood coming out. He'll need a new jumper as well. He's just come to the bench. But yeah, they're amazing. Both doctors went out to Starcevic. I think they were fearing the worst, and he's waved them all off. So maybe just a stinger to that shoulder.
So play back underway. Zach Jones in the defensive 50, short to Crouch. It's the Lions by 14 points. We've gone 11 minutes in this second term. Short kicks, they're going now, the Saints. Involved is Wilkie and then Wanganeen Millerer.
We'll get him into trouble for sure and certain.
His
He's
options
gone
are
backwards.
covered. Yes.
And then
decision.
he wedges the kick just over the top to Windhager.
Start again.
Same spot. Windhager this time keeps it low and goes down the line. It's picked off by Starcevic.
Shoulder looks okay.
Yeah, tested it nicely there. Full stretch.
It may well have been winded more so than shoulder. Hopefully it was for his sake.
Incredible bravery if it is hurt his shoulder. So short, sliding in, Answorth. Marks on the city wing. Back to Harris Andrews, who's got the job on Max King tonight. Brings it back inboard to Matheson. Oh, flies a left elbow around. Collects it. Zach Jones high. Matheson now delivers long, packed forms. Hills there. Tries to be clever and dab it over the top. It might come unstuck. Rayner takes off after it. Wilkie wraps him up. Rayner was at full pelt charging towards the goal square. Great tackle by Wilkie. Not sure about the double-handed deft touch from Brad Hill.
You got to realise you're in the defence there. You can do that in your forward line. Not there.
Here's Neil next to the behind post, grabs it, wrapped up, lost it. Crouch bangs it out of the defensive arc. King up to meet it, knocks it to the boundary line, and that's a good result.
I think, unfortunately, that was a case of Bradley Hill not wanting the contact of taking possession of the ball and just taking the option of trying to tap it. But you are creating all sorts of danger for your team by doing that.
Boundary throwing 60 metres out from the Brisbane goal lines by 14 points. They've kicked the only 2 goals of this second term, which is now 13 minutes old. from the stoppage. Brisbane hurried, kick forward again off the boot of Zorko, and it's marked inside 50. And Jared Lyons has got it 45 metres out, right half forward.
Yeah, this distance will do him, and he's not a long kick. So
look at his run up, Mick.
I know.
That is.
That's
he's
short.
either going to kick into the man on the mark here.
Only off 3 or 4 steps, Jared Lyons pulls the trigger on his drop punt. He misses. Just out to the left. He's 7 goals 10 for the year, so another one of those wayward lines in front of the sticks. It's Brisbane by 15 points, 14 minutes into the second.
2-2 they've kicked this quarter, and the Saints are scoreless. 15-point margin. St Kilda on the back foot as they bring it back into play. Here's Howard to Hunter Clark.
10-2 inside 50s again, same as the first quarter. Let's see if the Saints can completely flip it like they did in that first term.
Clark short. This is cautious by the Saints. Crouch. Ross thought about playing on, thought about giving it off to Crouch. He does. Instead of by hand, he goes by foot. Now Crouch loops the handball over the top. Wanganeen Millerer steps back inside. Gives that plenty of air, that kick. It's going to sit up here for Membry. Almost the double grabber, not quite. Good pressure applied by Lyons down there. And they're going to hold it up, the Brisbane defence. It'll be a ball up only about 25, 30 metres out from their goal.
Well, glad someone played on. Yeah, that's already marked. But the young fella, Miller, he just played on and gained ground and caught Brisbane out.
Lions by 15, forward for the Saints though. McInerney and King share it. Comes down to Neil, he's tackled, dispossessed. There's a push in the back, there's a free kick. And Neil's going to get it. It's against Windhager, who's worn him like a glove all night. Neil with just 3 touches, 3 handballs, in fact, in that opening quarter. He's up to 5 disposals now through 15 minutes into the second term. His side leads by 15 as Neil hits up Answorth at half-back, who takes the mark. Gives it away to Zorko. Drills his kick down the wing, and Danaher takes the sprawling mark. Still in the back half. Hand pass away to Zorko. Kicks outside of the right boot to Hipwood, who hits up. No mark. Sharman spoils. Sharman follows up. Got it for the Saints. Hand pass away to Howard. Chance on the counter-attack for St Kilda. Short kick to Higgins. Takes the mark. Plays on. 60 from home. Looks for King. Over his head. Along with Andrews, and in the end, Payne's happy to see it trickle through from behind. St Kilda's first score of the second term, 16 minutes into quarter number 2, Brisbane by 14 points.
Yeah, bad setup, Lingy, for the forward line for the Saints. If they had an extra player, another play down there, that's a given goal.
So Payne just blasted on the kick in. Launching over the top and paid the mark was Rayner in a 2-on-2 contest. Wants to go quickly. Gives it off to Bailey. Got a bit of space. Streams across the wing. And that kick's disappointing to Charlie Cameron, who just knocks it out of the defender's hand and is going to kick it to the top of the goal square where Hipwood will stroll in for his second goal of the night. Unselfish by Charlie Cameron. It was a fumble down there by Sharman, I think it was.
Yep.
And Charlie Cameron just flicked it out of his hand, pounced on it, delivered, and hit Worth with the finishing touches. And that's 3 consecutive goals in this second term, and they're out to a 20-point lead. 6-4-40, St Kilda 3-2-20.
So close to being another great moment for young Cooper Sharman. He had a brilliant moment over the other side of the ground against Hipwood. Giving away 10 centimetres, 6 kilos, beats him in the air, follows up. They nearly get a shot at goal down the other end. And all it was, Mick, was just a little second grab at the mark, wasn't it? He was actually controlling it, about to bring it down, and Charlie Cameron's brilliance just pickpocketed him.
Well, that's 2 ends. Yep. Membry dropped one. Sharman drops this one. There's goals.
Leanett wins the hit out, but straight to McStay. Kicks to centre half forward. Rayner crashes the pack. Spills to McCluggage. Sweeping hand pass to McCarthy. His handball picked off. Patton's got it. Patton's tackled. Ball comes out. Sinclair for the Saints. Hand pass to Steele. Gives it to Wilkie. Hooks a kick to half back, and Higgins takes the mark. And Cooper Sharman is being tended to by the Medicos after being involved in that collision with Rayner at centre half forward. As the pass just poked down the wing to Wanganeen Miller off the Higgins kick. No mark. McStay there for Brisbane. Tackled, lost it. Steele links up with Higgins, who's moving along the boundary line. Takes a bounce. Hand pass inboard to Crouch. Hurried kick inside 50, one bounce in front of King. He runs straight at Rich for the numbers with Brisbane, and Andrews hits up Danaher on the wing.
And they might be able to torch them on the turnover here. Joey has one bounce. He has two bounces. He has three bounces. He's got time to assess, and he puts it straight down the throat of his partner in crime in Hipwood, who's marked just outside 50, and he's probably got it in his left boot.
He does have the distance. Charlie Cameron was desperate for it in the pocket. He liked his matchup on Patton. But Hipwood did the right thing. Got back quickly off the mark, had a look, waited up and thought, no, I've got the range, I'm comfortable. And the kick to Cameron would have been stuck right in the pocket for a 50-50. So he's backed himself in now. He's just got to kick it.
Eric Hipwood, he was born in St Kilda. Didn't move to Queensland until he was 3. Lining up for his third in this first half. He gives it everything, and it's marked right on the line. It's marked right on the line by McStay, and the Saints fans cannot believe it. He has outmarked Leonard. He's outmarked, was it Wood down there? And from the top of the goal square, as casual as you like, he just casually strolls in and puts it through. And that's 5 in a row for the Brisbane Lions, bracketed either side of quarter time. 7-4-46. They're running away with it here suddenly. St Kilda 3-2-20 after 20 minutes of play in the second.
What does that do to you as a coach, Mick, when you see a mark in the goal square like that?
You've just got to kill the ball. And I think Collingwood faithful just erupted because they can see him there next year doing that. I know they're not a big side down there, but one thing you can do is jump, and you've just got to spoil. You've just got to bring that ball to ground.
Rowan Marshall was caught on the bench, so there's no big ruckman to be there.
Well, he's caught on the bench, Lingy, because they haven't got a secondary ruckman. No. So he's got to have some rest. But down there, I mean, surely to goodness, you've just got to sort yourselves out. The other thing is, too, it was one-on-one. Where's the third player coming up?
Brisbane by 26 now. They've got it out the middle again. Big tackle on Ross. Neil, hand pass away to Bailey. Kicks deep inside 50. Hipwood brings it down. Patton's tackled straight away. Cameron takes him to ground and a ball up.
Yeah, pressure's right on the Saints. The only way back now, they've really just got to squeeze one or two back and make sure that Brisbane can't kick this one. Bring their forwards up, put some pressure on the middle of the ground.
Cameron fighting for it at ground level after the ball up. Kick from Ross, smothered, ricochets to Hill. He's tackled. As Cal mentioned, 5 in a row for the Brisbane Lions either side of quarter time. Now time on in the second. At a game high, 26 points the margin. We're going to have another ball up. You have a go at trying to clear this, Cal, for the 4th time. We're going to throw it up 30 metres out from the Brisbane goal.
Plenty of congestion around this stoppage. Umpire tosses it in the air. This time it's Hipwood that gets it. Saints with the numbers. Dougal Howard's able to hit up Zach Jones, the exiting kick, now out of the defensive 50. Coleman standing the mark. Jones certainly in two minds and eventually goes backwards and sideways to Sinclair, who retreats further to Wilkie rather, and then Wilkie short to Wood.
Marshall by himself running across the ground. Well, he was running by himself. He's not now.
They're on the back foot. You can feel it. Their hesitancy. Patton to Hill. We're still in the defensive 50. All these possessions. Sinclair now eventually into the centre square, and Jones in front of Rich. Jones has hurt himself. He's hurt his left shoulder because Rich really made him earn that. Bradley Hill peeling off round behind him. Zach Jones ignores that. Instead kicks sideways to Patton. Hard to watch this for Saints fans. Eventually now forward goes the kick to Sinclair. Ignores a couple of short leads. Sinclair is going to go down the line. Wanganeen Millera in a contest here with Pryor. Firing out the handball with Steele. Chance here for Butler. It's going to launch it towards King. King and Andrews. This will be interesting. Coming across was Marshall. Gives the handball, but it's missed the target in crouch, and it's flicked up over the boundary line. It'll be a boundary throw-in. Painstaking to watch the Saints just edge forward at the moment. Mick, what do you make of this game plan?
Well, I'm not going to talk about the game plan, except that King is going to get murdered by all his forwards. All the forwards fall on top of King. Unless they isolate him, he is just going to get mauled for the rest of his life.
For the boundary throw in, McStay protects the drop zone, taps it away to Gardner, but it spills to Jones of the Saints. Hand pass to Ross, kicks to centre half forward, and Wood takes the mark. Now he is a long left-footed kick.
He's good for this. I don't know what he's looking around for. This is where you're going to back yourself. He is good for this distance.
Man on the mark, 2 steps inside the 50.
And he's in the team to kick these ones.
Yes, he has to.
Because, yes, he provides a bit of structural running on the wing. He doesn't get heaps of the ball. So he gets a couple of shots within range. He's just got to nail them.
Here's a nice kick. We know that. The long left-footed drop punt from Mason Ward. He's got a couple. And at last, the Saints end this run of 5 consecutive Brisbane goals. Mason Ward from 55 plus. And the Brisbane lead cut to 20. The Lions 7-4-46, St Kilda 4-2-26. Time on second term, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, he utilised the rule, Lingy, because he kicked next to the man on the mark, didn't get past him, but the umpire couldn't call that play on quick enough, so therefore you take the advantage of a dopey rule. But anyway, the rule's the rule, and he was able to get that extra half metre, which in the end got the goal. But it was pretty well set up in the end. They didn't panic it. The only thing is the kick prior to that went to King along with Membry and along with everyone else was just always going to be cleared. I think the Saints could do themselves a favour by bringing King up the ground and see if they can get rid of Andrews on him, or Andrews then is taken into the play and then you put Membry back or Higgins back and it changes the dynamics.
I think there might have been a 666 warning there for the Brisbane Lions, so tossed in the air. McInerney in the air wins it, but at ground level it's all the Saints. Owens to Wood. Wood, sharp shooter. He's a sharp field kicker as well. Hits up Zach Jones. Oh, Ben Long does well. Turns Coleman inside out, then delivers long towards King. Spoil from Andrews from behind. Berry pounces, gives it off to Zach Bailey. Now it's McCluggage stepping back over the top to Bailey. Beautiful fluent movement forward, and then Lincoln McCarthy's on the end of it, marking uncontested. Directly in front, he's 48 metres out.
It's a very good set shot at goal, Lincoln McCarthy. This one might be right on his distance. He should still get it. Nice movement by the Lions. Once they won it through the middle of the ground, just were able to use that forward handball to their advantage and open up the entire ground. A couple of iffy defensive decisions from the Saints mids. So 3 of them ran to 1.
Brisbane by 1 point at quarter time. McCarthy's lining up for the Lions, 5th in this quarter, to get it back out to a 26-point lead. It's going to fall short, and this time the Saints defenders make sure it's punched over the goal line. So that margin is now 21 points. 7-5-47, St Kilda 4-2-26. 28 gone, so we're near half-time here under the closed roof at Docklands.
Jared Lenant, the former Port Adelaide footballer, on the kick-out duties, goes long to the wing, and King takes the mark.
Let's bring him up the ground and leave him up there, for goodness sake.
In between Andrews and Payne, so contested mark for Max King. Lifts a hand pass to Sinclair. Hurried kick down to half forward. Owens has got to go, outnumbered, and Andrews takes the intercept mark for the Lions.
And up the ground, Mick, Jack Steele was able to do a bit of work on Andrews to just block Andrews out a little bit, let King run at the ball. When they're anchored deep, you can't get that sort of assistance.
No, you can't. And the third man up inevitably will come over the top, and Saints are dragging their extra forward across to him as well. If he's up the ground, he's an athlete. Let him play across as a half forward.
Short kicking game in the defensive half for the Lions. Ends up with McCarthy alongside the centre circles. Goes back and across to Answorth. Short kick to Jared Lyons. He marks on that city wing. Comes back to the outer corridor for Rich. And he'll try out the dock side. Andrews marks other side of the centre square. Comes out to the wing for Kitty Coleman. Another one of the lefties. He looks inside the forward 50. Cameron, a little shove to Brad Hill. And just beats him cold in the one-on-one. And Charlie's got it. 5 in from the boundary line. 30 out, left half forward for the Lions.
Charlie couldn't believe his luck. He got a match up with Brad Hill inside forward 50. That was no match.
And now Charlie Cameron can just try and hook it across the body. Something we've seen him do so much in the past. And yet he's caught the fat part of the footy and sprayed it across the goal face. It's through for a minor. Lions by 22. Time on in the second term as we tick towards half-time. Brisbane have kicked 4 goals to 1 in this second quarter.
So Leonard again spots a man all by himself, and that is Wilkie, who can move it along the line to Windhager. Back inboard, Owens. Provided a bit of a spark for the Saints tonight, the youngsters in Windhager and Owens, who goes long looking for King. Oh, he's just smacked straight into Harris Andrews. You can almost hear that smack skin on skin in the background of our microphones, colliding in front of the contest. Meanwhile, a free kick going to Pryor right in front of the Brisbane Lions bench.
That was for a high fend-off.
Yeah.
Unlucky for Hunter Clark.
Oh, he was unlucky.
So goes back to Payne and now Andrews. Seconds ticking down before half-time. Coleman's got it. Back of the square. And then Answorth. All uncontested marks these. That kick was a little bit... He overcooked it for McCluggage. Oh, McCluggage did really well. Takes off, has a bounce. Just too much class there, McCluggage. But he runs out of time. It's going to be the Brisbane Lions by 22 points at half-time after they led by just 1 point at quarter-time. They kicked 4 goals to 1 in that second term. So it is 7-6-48. St Kilda 4-2-26. 2 for Hipwood. Kicked 1 in the first and 1 in the second. And singles to McCarthy, Danaher, McCluggage and Charlie Cameron. And 2 for Wood, 1 for Membry and 1 for Higgins for the Saints. The margin is 22 points. Tim Hodges is on the boundary.
Cal, just keep an eye on Cooper Sharman from the Saints. He came off with a severe corky. There was a big collision in the middle. He's had it heavily strapped. He's been sitting on the spin bike for about 5 minutes. He can barely walk. I'm not sure if you've got eyes on him, number 43 at the back of the pack there, trying to walk off. I mean, he's hobbling. That's going to be a huge test for the medical staff to try and get that leg moving again to get him back out there in the second half, because we've already made the sub for the Saints. Jimmy Webster is out with that right hamstring, so they need to get him up. It will be a huge challenge with that severe corky for Cooper Sharman.
Thanks, Hodgie. So 4 lead changes in the opening quarter and 4 goals for Brisbane to start the second term. They got it out to 26 points at one stage. It's 22 at the half. Brisbane over St Kilda. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on Grandstand AFL.
Feels like the scoreboard should read a bit differently, that Brisbane probably should be more in front, Nick. The Saints, that wasn't a pretty quarter, so I'm not going to spend this pumping St Kilda up. But they're kind of scrapping away a little bit, and with a bit more class and a bit more finish and grab a mark or 2 here or there, they're probably a lot closer.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's amazing that, you know, we're looking at a side that's probably going to be inside the top 4 tonight. Another side, maybe the end of them for the year. We're looking at a side that's lost a player early in the game, and there's probably 2 or 3 players that are dead set, should be in their best side, are not playing because of injury. The contested football that quarter fell very much in favour of the Saints, and I reckon they're still up and about as far as their tackling and their commitment. Their use of the football is questionable, and their ability to move the ball deep into the forward line is highly questionable. And at the moment, they're getting swamped back there. So the logical thing to me is what you do is you shuffle one line up and play your game at centre-half forward, and it might release a bit there, and then you might be able to get Brisbane over the back, because they don't play that game. They don't sit the players behind their key back. So you may be able to squeeze the game up. I don't think there's any... The forward line is certainly dominant at the moment. Their big marks, I'm not too sure any marks they've taken in there, but the big forwards look just so dangerous. We've got Hipwood's taken marks, Denner's taken marks, McStay's taken marks, Lincoln McCarthy's taken marks, as has Cameron, as has Rayner. So they're pretty dominant, but as you said, they're not... Well, what do they have? They're 13 shots on goal. They probably would be 3 goals short of what you expect them to be. Saints only kicked 1 goal that quarter, and you think, you've only had the ball in there 6 times that quarter at 11, so they've gone in 17 times to half-time. That you don't win games by... You might get beaten in the 50s at the end of the game, but you don't win games when you've only had it in there 17 times. There absolutely is no way knowing you can win games.
And you've thrown up with Max King. Bring him out to centre fourward, and that is what you're talking about. But also it takes Harris Andrews, who's on tonight. You can see he's sharp. He loves being that final anchor, just controlling everything. He's good with his direction. He can see everything from there, set his defence. If he's now up and not the last one, then there's a little bit of confusion can be created amongst the Brisbane defenders, and maybe St Kilda get those couple of opportunities. The trouble is they've conceded 32 inside 50s, the Saints, and you'd think if that continues with that forward line that the Brisbane Lions have got, will this... What they kick that quarter? 4 goals that quarter. 4 goals to 1. It's probably going to continue. 4 goals to 1, 4 goals to 1, and then that ends up a 10 goal win. So even though through the middle of the ground players are winning a bit of the football from the Saints, Brad Crouch has had 15 disposals. Seb Ross has had 15 disposals. They're actually going to have to find a way to generate a lot more inside 50s than the 17 they've done, while conceding 32. So again, it's probably my critique of the Saints is lots and lots of possessions, Corbs, for not a lot of great opportunities up in the forward 50. If you're running around as a midfielder and you've had 15 half time on track for 30, but your team's only had 17 inside 50s on track for 34, well then you haven't got your balance right. You're not getting the ball in the right spots to generate the right attacking footy that are going to give your forwards a chance to kick a winning score.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at who has got the ball in there. Crouch has got the ball in there inside front 53 times, but I don't think any of them been marked. Ross 4 times, maybe one was marked on this flank, long way out. When you've got those sort of midfielders, they're both the same. They're both a bit slow. They don't move quick. And Jack Steele's had 1 and 6. The likelihood of him getting the ball in at 1 and 6 is highly remote. So that means that King is denied. One of the better players, well, one of the probably the best forward they've got, is totally denied the ball. So if he comes up the line, one line, what you're then doing is putting the Rosses and Crouches kicking ability into his position as opposed to being 20, 30 metres short. So, and that mobility, he is a very mobile player. All of a sudden he can play as a high half forward as opposed to a key forward. He comes into the game and he starts to shakes this big thing about the ruckman all over the top of him. Yep. The kid gets smashed every week. I am full of admiration for his dedication.
And I think St Kilda only has one genuine A-grade line breaker.
Yeah.
And that's Jack Sinclair.
Yep.
Who uses the ball beautifully.
But he's not there.
Gresham's not playing. The idea that it's Brad Hill and all that, he doesn't use the ball well enough. Sinclair does, but he can only do so much. So just changing things up in order to generate through their other just accumulating midfielders to still get those inside 50s. That's the only chance the Saints have got in the second half, Corbs.
Yep. The Lions led by as many as 26 as we ticked into time on in that second term. They lead it by 22 at half-time. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. This is Grandstand AFL second half action just around the corner. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. A Hillsong employee is suing the megachurch for suspending her after she raised serious concerns about the church's financial transactions. Hillsong employee Natalie Moses claims in federal court documents that she discovered a range of financial schemes which were in potential breach of Australian law. It's alleged they include large cash gifts given to members of the church, as well as the remittance of large sums of money overseas to avoid scrutiny by Australian regulators. The ABC can reveal the charity regulator is currently investigating the church. Hillsong says it will defend the claim, but that it can't otherwise comment. The head of the Australian Education Union says new teachers are entering the classroom feeling underprepared. A national action plan to address teacher shortages will be agreed to in December, following a meeting between federal, state and territory ministers today. The Federal Education Minister, Jason Clare, says early practical experience will be part of the plan And the Education Union's federal president, Karina Haythorpe, says internships are important, as 70% of new educators often feel unprepared.
They are concerned about behaviour management, about working with complex class makeups, about working with students with disability. So we have to do much better in terms of supporting these students as they develop their craft and improving teacher practicals.
Australia's energy market operators will need to consider emissions reductions targets in any of the work they do after Australia's energy ministers agreed to change the national energy objectives. The decision's been made at a meeting between Commonwealth, state and territory ministers to discuss the future of the sector. The changed objectives would require rules that are made around the future of gas and electricity to provide a clear reference to reducing emissions. Victoria's Energy Minister, Lily D'Ambrosio, says it'll ensure the energy market acts faster on climate change.
They are the guiding principles around which rules and laws are made, decisions are made by the market bodies to ensure that reduced emissions are an important feature of consideration.
Friends and family of an Australian academic facing a lengthy jail sentence in Myanmar have renewed calls for his immediate release. The economist Sean Turnell worked as an advisor to the former leader Aung San Suu Kyi before she was deposed in a military coup last February. He's appeared before a court in Myanmar where he faces 5 years imprisonment if convicted of state crimes. Mr Turnell's friend, Professor Tim Harcourt, says he's declared his innocence to the court.
We pleaded not guilty because he is not guilty. He's essentially a political prisoner who's been held basically to put pressure on Aung San Suu Kyi. He's not guilty of any charges.
The Minister for Women in New South Wales is calling for a process to start to address allegations of harassment and sexual assaults in Parliament. A report into parliamentary workplace cultures found 1 in 3 respondents say they'd experienced sexual harassment or bullying in the past 5 years. Bronnie Taylor says it demonstrates serious issues across all parties.
But what's really important here is that people have come forward, and I really commend that. And then from that, a vigorous process has to be in place, whether that is alleged criminal activity or not criminal activity, for a process to be taken.
A police officer has been seriously injured in a crash involving a marked police car and another vehicle on the Midland Highway in Tasmania's south. Police say the officer's in hospital with potentially serious injuries. The occupants of the other car were unharmed. 2 people have died in a road accident in North Queensland. A truck collided with a vehicle on the Bruce Highway near Home Hill, claiming the lives of a 62-year-old woman and a 67-year-old man, both from Hervey Bay. Police say the truck driver wasn't hurt, nor was the driver of a second car caught up in the crash. The forensic crash unit is investigating. Overseas, and residents in the eastern Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk have been told to evacuate after 11 rockets hit the area. The mayor says homes and infrastructure have been destroyed, but information about victims hasn't been released. This local resident says she doesn't want to leave her town.
We were not supposed to flee all the time and seek shelter in other people's houses. I worked hard in a factory all my life. It took us 10 years to build this house, and now I'm expected to leave. But where to? I stand by Ukraine. I love Ukraine, but there is no other place than here where I'm needed.
ABC News.
Imagine a painting of Australian landscape. Now, step inside.
This vast southern continent has captured the imagination of our artists for millennia.
Join Rachel Griffiths on an artistic quest deep into 6 masterpieces.
I'll travel to the exact spot where our beloved artists captured their iconic images.
Great Southern Landscapes.
There it is.
Tuesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
$135,000 in 20 years, but some years are much more financially deplorable for Ricky than others.
They call it the fittest city on earth for this week.
It's a massive story, Patrick, but it doesn't sound like one, does it? I mean, for God's sake, we're talking about the BBL, we're not talking about sheep stations.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
He stabs the pass into that right forward pocket and charging out. was Danaher, and now he's got it in the right forward pocket, which is the right side for a left footer, and he has slotted it through. Danaher with his first. Neil goes high, and the mark taken by Lincoln McCarthy, outmarking Sinclair, and he's directly in front, 35, 40 metres out. To extend the lead to 13 points, kicking to the northern end, the right footer, splits the middle. Charlie Cameron, who just knocks it out of the defender's hand and is going to kick it to the top of the goal square where Hipwood will stroll in for his second goal of the night. Unselfish by Charlie Cameron. He gives it everything and it's marked right on the line. It's marked right on the line by McStay. He just casually strolls in and puts it through. And that's 5 in a row for the Brisbane Lions.
Jones to Saints, hand pass to Ross. Kicks to centre half forward and Wood takes the mark. Here's a nice kick, we know that. The long left-footed drop punt from Mason Wood. He's got a couple. And at last the Saints end this run of 5 consecutive Brisbane goals.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It was Brisbane's quarter. There were 4 lead changes in the opening term here at Docklands. A huge Friday night game for both teams. But then in the second term, it was the first 4 goals of the quarter Brisbane's way. And as a result, they lead by 22 at half-time. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. The Lions, if they win tonight, they'll be back in the top 4 at the end of the weekend. A place in which they've occupied for 17 of the first 21 weeks and yet have spent the last couple of weeks in 5th spot on the premiership table. So with a round to go, they're playing for a top 4 spot. While for St Kilda, their season is on the line here. They've already been forced to use their Medi-sub in the first half. Jimmy Webster subbed out in the opening quarter with a suspected right hamstring, while Zach Jones came into the game as their Medi-sub. Brisbane haven't used theirs as yet with Ryan Lester as the sub. Lingy, you noticed the hit on Darcy Gardner, which was hard to miss in the first half. Brad Crouch with the late bump. And you made the comment during the call about this would be interesting to gauge how the MRO responds to this, Michael Christian. So if he is to run it through the matrix, which he has every right to do, it would come back as careless, high contact but low impact, given the fact that Gardner's continued on and played, unless he ends up with a delayed concussion or something like that. But that would spit out a fine. So he has the option to fine him if he wants to do that.
But Corbs, this is where I struggle. If that, say that just got him in the wrong spot and broke his jaw.
Yep.
With the exact same amount of contact, it would be boosted to high or medium or whatever you want to call it and equal a suspension. With the same level of contact, the same action, if the outcome is a concussion or a broken jaw or a fractured cheekbone or whatever, that boosts up the level of contact. But because he doesn't get injured out of it, we say that it's low impact. Was it low impact? It looked like a pretty hard hit to me. But the fact that the outcome judges how hard the impact is, that, to me, that's not right. It's got to be the action. If you really want to stop it, you choose to bump, you get somebody in the head with enough force. I'm not talking about just nothing one, but with enough force that it could cause an injury. But on this occasion, it doesn't cause an injury. Well, it still should be judged as medium impact.
I guess they always have that clause, don't they, the potential to cause serious injury where they can refer it to the tribunal and let him go and argue his case there, but it's rarely used in that fashion.
Yeah, and this isn't the world's greatest example because I think even if you argued it up to medium impact and you did it on the action rather than the outcome, we're probably only talking about a week here, a week versus maybe a fine. But it's some of the other ones where
the courts work in the same way, where if you run a red light and no one sees it, you get away with it, right?
Yes.
Or you get a fine. Whereas if you run a red light and you kill someone, you're looking at prison time, and it's based on, obviously, the damage that you do.
That's right. But we're playing a game where the AFL say they're keen on stopping head injuries and concussion and all the things that extend from that, CTE, etc. And maybe, as I said, this isn't the greatest example. Maybe I'm talking more about the one where a player throws an elbow, hits somebody in the jaw and in the head, and that player cops it, shakes it off, is fine, keeps going, looks at it and goes, no, it must be low impact, therefore it's just a fine. But the throwing of the elbow could smash someone's jaw and should be treated as though it almost did smash somebody's jaw because it's the exact same action.
And it's not it's so outside the lines. It's not a football action. And
That's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Whereas this is a sort of a late bump, which we saw from Brad Crouch. It'll be interesting to see if he does get a fine for it at least. Did you know Mason Cox wasn't even cited last week?
Oh, I couldn't believe that.
They didn't even look at it. It wasn't even included in the bottom paragraph saying, oh, by the way, we've assessed what happened with Mason Cox lifting his knee and into the ribs of Max Gawn last Friday night.
And he looked straight at him.
And do you know why? Because it didn't break Max Gawn's ribs.
Correct.
If it did, it would have
Would he kick kidney or couldn't get, or had to go off the ground? Yeah. So
I couldn't believe they didn't even say, oh, look, we looked at it, we decided it wasn't a reportable offence, or that they didn't even mention it, like it never happened.
So you can't, and that's the trouble. If someone else now emulates that, some of the kids, because it is a way of keeping people away from the ball.
Yeah. Well,
and one, it's illegal, and two, is it's just the sight of it is just shocking.
I think you guys mentioned a couple of times after he did it the other night, there were a couple of other instances where you thought, gee, he's almost done it again.
He's
lifted up his knee again.
All right, Brisbane Lions by 22 points at a half-time. We're about to get underway in this third term. Let's not forget, the Lions are up by 42 against Richmond a couple of weeks ago, lost by 7, and they led by 57 against Carlton. It got whittled down to 15 before winning by 33. So what have the Saints got in store for us in this second half? Can they mount some sort of rally? Bounce down in the centre, and it's Marshall. McInerney then picks it up off the ground. Handball was fisted down by Ross, only as far as Starcevic, who hurries the kick. Long, brave. Danaher picked up, little toe poke, lots of fortune. Rayner runs onto it. His kick was smothered. He went the banana. And as a result, it just wobbles and bobbles out of bounds. It'll be a boundary throw-in inside 50 here for the Lions.
That went right angles. That's gone. It didn't even look like... I mean, it's 40 metres from scoring. So it was a good... In the end, it was a good half smother.
We'll get down to Hodgie in a moment, who's been keeping watch on Cooper Sharman, who was hobbled before half-time for the boundary throw-in. Marshall wins it down to Windhager, high up and under out of the defensive arc, and the mark's been taken out there by Noah Answorth. That left shoulder strapped as he just pumps Brisbane long to the top of the goal square. Danaher goes on a climb, can't come down with the footy. Spills to Wilkie. Wilkie bowled over, tackled by Hipwood. Umpire circling, lets them go, and now calls for a ball up.
That contest with Butler in it, Lingy was pretty poor.
Yeah.
You just have to put that ball to ground, not in Brisbane player market.
15 out from the Brisbane goal. Marshall down to Steele. Kicks a high up and under the centre half back. McInerney underneath it. Takes the intercept mark. We saw him kick a 60-metre torp in the first quarter. He's going to hand it off to Rich, who puts his left foot to the top of the goal square. Gee, running over the top, Marshall and Danaher. Neither of them take it. Comes down to Cameron. Hands it away to Pryor. His kick smothered and it's just knocked out of bounds by Wilkie. The ump says deliberate.
Oh, no.
He just fisted it away to the boundary line and he cannot believe the call that's gone against him. And it'll be deliberate.
So the reason why it is, because it's off a kick, but the kick was smothered, so it's no longer counted as a spoil. Otherwise, if that hadn't have been smothered and it's off the kick, you're allowed to punch it 20 rows back.
So Dougal Howard with the spoil, he's been penalised, and Jackson Pryor is going to get the chance to try and snap it goalward off his non-preferred boot. Hits the fat part of the footy and it's still live in the opposite pocket. Sinclair hands it to Higgins.
And Higgins, it's a hospital handball to Windhagen, who did well, to Membry. They've run into trouble here. Over-possessing it by hand, the Saints. Rich picks it up, gives it off to Rayner to Lyons. Great tackle by Ben Long. Lyons gets it to Charlie Cameron right on the goal line. But the Saints are there. Howard, short, Zach Jones, Leanett was involved as well. It's very wobbly as this St Kilda team tries to bring it out of defence. Jones short to Patton. Patton short to Steele.
This will be his second kick for the game. Quite extraordinary.
It's a well-weighted pass straight down the line to Zach Jones, who marks a little bit of afters from Matheson, and Zach Jones gets up and gives him an absolute mouthful. No one taking a backward step there, Reece Matheson and Zach Jones. So Jones, who was the sub, came on for Jimmy Webster, who hurt his hamstring in the early stages of the game.
It's got so much uncertainty, Jones, about him. He's kicking. almost everything he does at the moment, he's lacking a lot of confidence.
It's long kick from one side to the other across half-back. Just bobbed up for an anxious moment. Hipwood had a taste of it. Couldn't quite get there in time. Wilkie to Hill to Ross. Slow and steady. Just going at a snail's pace at the moment, the Saints. Long marks. Wheels around. He wants to go and inject a little bit of excitement. Kicks to the big pack. King was caught out of position. The spoil from McInerney over the boundary line. And it will be a boundary throw-in.
Well, you know the difference there, Kel? The ball's now on the 50-metre line and not around the back line with 15-metre kicks and uncertainty. I know that they haven't got control of it, the Saints, but they've got a chance of getting control on their forward line.
Brisbane by 22. No scorers yet in the second half for the boundary throw-in. It's going back out off the hands of Marshall. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie, any sign of Cooper Sharman down there?
Corbin, he's on the spin bike right beside me. He is in a hell of a lot of pain. I've got no doubt if Webster hadn't come out of this game, he would have been subbed out. Such is the extent of his corky. So I think he'll only be used if absolutely desperately required by the Saints.
Thanks, Hodgie. So just the 3 rotations actively for St Kilda at the moment from the stoppage. Wood hooks a kick into the pocket and it's punched away from Max King and out of bounds by Harris Andrews. He's winning that battle so far. The Lions winning the game by 22. 5 played, third term.
Didn't he get plenty of pats on the head and ruffle of the hair after that? Harris has set himself for this contest. So boundary throw in, comes back in. Pryor, handballs, Windhager, up and under. Wood tries to get around one. He's spun in a 360. Handballs backwards to Ross, to Windhager, who tries to get around Zorko. He was legged. Surely, umpire, he was. He wins a free kick, and they go with it after. Zorko and Windhager on the ground, pushing, shoving, rolling on top of each other. Zorko has come out on the angry pills, as we mentioned earlier, and he's given away. He's the man on the mark. Windhager's going to take the free kick. Lockie Neal comes in, so too does Brad Hill. Some jumper shoving and pushing. Windhager, he's kicked into Zorko, the man on the mark. Zorko might have the last laugh here. And it'll be a boundary throw-in instead of a kick for Windhager, 50 out. It's a boundary throw-in, 35 around.
Did the umpire call play on then? No. Because we didn't. The man was off the mark by 2 metres.
Lions by 22. No scores yet in the second half, which is about 7 minutes old from the boundary throw-in. Zorko, hand pass out wide, and in the end, McCluggage carries it out of bounds. So another throw-in, another stoppage.
Marshall's just worked his way up to this one. Let Memory float forward. Just trying to get a little change up. They've got Mason Wood out the back now, the St Kilda. Use him.
Saints to the northern end of the stadium in this third quarter from the boundary throw-in. Berry off the deck, hands it out to McCarthy, who's off and running. Takes a bounce, kicks down the wing for Hipwood, lost his boot. Wilkie spoils close to the boundary line. Boundary ump fell over. Sinclair handballs to himself. Kicks inside 50 for St Kilda. Rich spoils, live footy forward pocket. Butler clever trying to keep it alive. Sockers it into Gardner, who fumbles it out of play, and a throw-in forward pocket for the Saints. 22 points, Brisbane's leaders. It was at half-time, no score through 7 minutes of the third term.
Hipwood's had to go and find his boot, his left boot, and put it back on.
Saints one behind, which is an extra behind, which is handy. This will help them here.
King in the ruck. He was pushed away like a rag doll by big Oscar McInerney, and the kick from McInerney. Now here's a chance for Long. Handballs to Sinclair. Sinclair then tackled to the ground. He's appealing for pushing the back. The umpire throws both his arms up. And it was McCarthy that tackled Sinclair. Ball up right on the edge of the centre circle. McInerney straight down to Matheson, to McCluggage. High up and under. Zorko has leapt up over the top of Jack Steele and taken an awesome one-hander. Wow.
It was almost a free kick for interference.
Yep. And bang, bang, 2 quick bullet-like passes to Lyons and then straight down the throat of Charlie Cameron. And Charlie Cameron is going to line up and pattern the man on the mark. It's a 45-degree angle from 45 metres out.
Just watching the replay of that Zorko mark. That was a beauty. If he hadn't marked that, it was guaranteed free kick against him.
Yeah.
For interference, but what a mark.
So Cameron kicked The first tonight for the Brisbane Lions to add to his second. Oh, it's offline on the inside of the boot. Almost a mark to Hipwood before it trickles and rolls and dribbles over the goal line. So Brisbane now by 23 points. And Tim Hodges is on the boundary.
Keep an eye on Cooper Sharman. They've just rolled the dice and put him on the field. He can barely run. He can barely keep up with Daniel Rich, but he is back out there with that enormous corky.
Thanks, Hodgie. So the Saints out of the defensive arc. Hill, good kick, finds Jones, who marks defensive side of the wing. The Medi sub on for Jimmy Webster goes short for Owens.
They're going to play Sharman forward, probably just to try and get an extra rotation.
Owens, long, down to half forward. Sharman in the area, stands front and centre. There's no crumb in there. Oscar McInerney wraps his mitts around it and outmarks Marshall.
Saints are just moving the ball far too slowly, and by moving it slow, they're letting McInerney get in position. There's a couple of things you've got to do. Move it quick, get it over their head, and take them on.
McInerney goes short to Zorko, and then Zorko long down the wing, and Owens takes the intercept mark. So back where we started.
He's showing a bit tonight. Owens.
Good player, Owens.
Oh, he goes short. Lingy's put the curse on him straight away. Kadeem Coleman with the intercept. Now he's tackled and dispossessed. Free kick holding the ball. Coleman tried to break through a number of tacklers. Steele and Leanett both had hold of him. Leanett gets the free kick. Hits up Long, kicks in the middle of the ground. Payne knocks it away from Higgins. Long has a second go. Kicks outside of the right boot. Starcevic and Rich down there for Lions, and Rich will take the mark and play on off the back flank.
He takes off. He comes back inboard. Matheson was able to scoop it up and give it off to Bailey. Bailey then goes long to a 2-on-1 just inside the 51 was Charlie Cameron, and he was certainly outmarked on that occasion. So the mark by Wilkie to Steele, wide, bring it round the city side where Marshall's got it, assesses and delivers, piercing pass to Crouch. Crouch then wanted to play on, steps inside Coleman and delivers straight down the throat of Higgins, who turns around and puts his arm up to say, I am going for goal, and he'll need to kick it from 52 out, Jack.
Well, you're spot on. He has to kick the goal.
Oh, he doesn't want to. Oh, he thought about the handball off. Now the umpire said, no. He's sucked in Zorko.
Well, if you're going to suck in a player, I'm glad it's Zorko. But
Zorko's
honestly,
moved on the mark because Higgins went for the handball and the give off. And cheeky Jack is going to boot his second from the goal square. Zach Jones goes up and lets Zorko know about it. And now Rowan Marshall goes over and reminds him about it. Those two have been going toe-to-toe all night. I think Rowan Marshall's just taken out his mouth guard and offered it to Zorko.
Or a dummy. Which one did he give him?
Pacify.
Brisbane by 17. 7-7-49. 5-2-32. Jack Higgins with 2. He joins Wood with 2 for the Saints. Max King yet to get a goal, a major so far tonight.
Well, he won't, the way they're playing. But Lingy, that is too harsh.
Such a harsh rule.
I mean, it's better to say, no, start again. He lent a natural reaction.
Yeah, and I reckon Higgins half went as well.
Oh, absolutely. The umpire's got to call play on. You make the move, it's play on. Give something to the defence.
The Lions by 17 points. Saints' first goal of the second half. McInerney grabs it out of the ruck. Socket away by Crouch. Pinball's back in the other direction. McCluggage spun around, still got it away. Lions links up here with Rayner, who kicks a cannon from outside 50. Straight back at you. And the Brisbane Lions with the immediate reply. 8-7-55, St Kilda 5-2-32. We waited almost 12 minutes for the first goal of the quarter, and now we've got back-to-back majors in the game. The Lions back out by 23.
A bit unlucky, the Saints. They had control. It was just I think it was an off the ground, bounced off the body, which caused the ball to go back into Brisbane's favour. But again, the numbers weren't spread evenly.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've got to be aware, when Rayner's in the middle, starting the centre bounce like he did at that last one, he's only going one way.
Yeah.
So one of you've got to at least be aware of that and stay a little bit with him. Rayner does zero defensively and doesn't want to hunt the footy. He wants to attack. And when you can kick like that, why not?
Yep.
It's a superb kick. But the Saints have got to be onto that while he's in the middle.
Lions by 23. Marshall tries to get it straight down to Crouch, who's got Rayner for company. Rayner wearing him like a glove. The handball over the top was good to Ross, and then off to Marshall, who delivers to King.
Well, he's playing up further than the goal square. What is he, 40 metres out? 40 metres out. At least there. You know what happens when the backline plays up there, Kel? That they get a little bit easier because, we're not close to goal. So they don't play shoulder to shoulder. And they lean off you a little bit. That's what's happened.
Max King has been well beaten by Harris Andrews tonight. From directly in front, he steps inside 50. He's missed. He's missed to the left. Hooks it at the last moment. Lions by 22 points.
Why didn't someone say that earlier, Mick? He should have been playing further up the ground.
Mick's been saying it for months.
Lions by 22. Oh, Kitty Coleman missed the target. Was kicking into Jared Berry's, kicked it over his head, and the ball will trickle out of play and boundary throw in half forward for the Saints. So that's a let-off. What an addition he's been. Kadeem Coleman has had an outstanding year, picked in the 22 under 22 squad, ordinarily a neat left footer. And speed you can see, but on that occasion, not his best moment from the boundary throw-in. The Lions will win it from the stoppage again. McInerney away to McCluggage. He goes short with the kick to McCarthy. Marks at half-back. Short kick to Starcevic. Centre half-back for Brisbane. He comes out to the wing for Payne. He'll collect on the bounce. Ships it down the wing. Bailey out in front of Lena. Unkind bounce for the pair. Wood picks it up for the Saints. Dangerous hand pass. Bailey sockets it inside 50 for the Lions. Howard onto it. Hand pass to Wilkie. Hands it away to Wood. He kicks it to Lena, who's almost out of bounds. Working in a phone booth, he was out of bounds. The boundary up right on the spot. A throw in here. 55 out from the Saints. No, from the Lions attacking goal, at the southern end of the stadium. 15 minutes into the third term, Brisbane by 22.
We've spoken a fair bit about this matchup. Lachie Neale still only the 9 disposals, which is what he had at half-time.
Spinning back in, Marshall again, but to no great advantage. Oh, Zach Bailey charges through. Was just about beheaded by Lena and Jack Steele. Tried to get up and go again before the umpire says, no, it was all legal, it's mine. Throw it up right on the 50. Marshall again. And that ball's going nowhere. Matheson's got Crouch for company and also Steele.
So Andrews has dropped further back now, so they want him back further, and King has got different company.
So Marshall outmuscles McStay in the ruck, takes it, kicks it down the line. Trying to wheel it was Max King to Membry. Now Hill. He's twisting, he's turning, he's handballing to Long, lovely little sidestep. Got rid of a couple of Lions players. Off to Wanganeen Miller into the pocket. Higgins couldn't quite take the mark. Can he keep it in? No. He's got plenty of tricks in that big party bag, but he couldn't quite keep that yellow Sharon in play because he was in the pocket and he would have run into an open goal.
Another young kid too, Wanganeen Miller, he's going to be okay. He's a really good pick. Got speed, got courage.
Pick 11 out of Glenelg. First game since round 18 back in the Saints team tonight from the boundary throw-in. Crouch tries to soccer it away, and in the end it one bounce out of play next to the behind post, so a throw-in deep forward for the Saints.
Different feel to the game at the moment. The Lions have dropped off. They've got a nice goal, but they've dropped right off their intensity. Their possession rates dropped.
17 minutes old the quarter. We've had 2 goals. They came back-to-back, and we had to wait 12 minutes for the first of them. For the boundary throw-in, Pryor spun around, lost the handle, and again it's out of bounds. Next to the behind post, another stoppage coming up. Max King involved in a bit of push and shove.
Saints have got 2 extra outside the back 50, and it's a good ploy. It's a really good ploy. It should come back in if there's a quick kick out.
A lot of players inside the forward 50 for the Saints. Passing through the stoppage, Steele got a hand pass away to Higgins. Tackled by Coleman, rushed through by Rich. A minor score, a behind for the Saints. Brisbane 8-7-55. St Kilda moved to 5-4-34. So it's the Lions by 21, 18 played third term.
And because of what Mick was just talking about, it means the Lions can't go really quick from the kick out. As good a kick as Daniel Rich is, he's really undecided about where he's going to go.
No free spots at all, is there? Just congestion everywhere you look. He goes for Leonard and Hipwood. Hipwood forced to punch down. Now Wood takes off, lining up for his third. It's a wobbler, and it wobbles through Mason Wood. An unlikely hero tonight if he's keeping them in this game. Wood with his third. It spilled his way from the kickoff from Rich. And they're back within 15 points, St Kilda. 6-4-40. Brisbane 8-7-55. 8 minutes to go before three-quarter time.
Kel, my eyes aren't that great. Right in front of you, does that mean that St Kilda for the first time, stats-wise, disposals are well in front of Brisbane? So,
yes.
And that is a complete reversal of what took place in the first half. The Saints couldn't get hold of the football. Now they are, and they're getting it in the right positions. They're getting it in the middle of the ground, and they're getting it into their front 50, which is now 6-7. Still not in front, but it's only 6 times in, isn't it?
I feel like I'm repeating myself here, Nick.
6-7.
But when you take away all these disposals from Lachie Neale, then the next group, they lose 20 or 30 disposals.
Almost 20 minutes into the quarter, Neale hasn't had a touch, blanketed by Windhager. And out of the middle, the ball's just gone completely sideways as Jones lays a tackle on Neale. And he's going to get a free for a hold. So, arguably the favourite for this year's Brownlow medal. He's the leader with 2 rounds to go in the ABC Footballer of the Year. He's not due for votes tonight as he kicks his first disposal of the quarter down to half forward, and Owens takes the intercept mark for St Kilda.
19-year-old, I think he is. He's going to be a very good footballer, this kid.
Absolutely. Pick 43 out of their academy, the Saints.
He's still 18, Mick.
18. Well, he needs to get to 19 quickly and kick better.
Well, yeah.
I just kicked it straight down the line.
I pumped him up before and he turned one over. You did then. Saints fans are just saying, can you two stop speaking about him?
Owens down to Payne, so kick the kick at the moment, goes back to Owens, can't complete the mark. McInerney steals it, hands it to Pryor, hurried kick into the pocket, bounces out of play. Crowd trying to convince the umpire it's deliberate. It won't be. And a boundary throw in here, half forward.
Tell you what, if the Saints kick the next goal, it'll just about bring the house down. But the crowd, what would it be, 20, 25,000 tonight, maybe?
Forward pocket here for the Lions, a boundary throw in, Brisbane by 15.
McStay, this time in front, palms it straight down to McCluggage. Clark tries to steal it. Rayner gives it off to Zorko. Zorko's handball missed the mark. It's fired out of there quickly. Marshall with a high kick. It'll sit here for Coleman. Clever. Just dabs that down, volleyball-style slap to Danaher, who goes to goal, and it's off hands. Lachie Neale's at the top of the goal square all by himself with both arms up in the air and saying, Joe, can you see me?
There's a lot of that, Kel. There's a lot of Brisbane players, hands in the air. You know, why do you do this? Why have you done that? You get over that. Just take it to the rooms with you.
Lions by 16 points.
Clark on the kick out for St Kilda. He comes wide. King's involved in the pack. No mark. Spills to Neale. He's crunched by Owen straight away. Ball spills out of play.
And while I'm on it about King being up the ground, you get dirty, you get sweat on you. All of a sudden, you're part of the game. And he did a couple of ruck works in the forward line before. So straight away, he's involved.
Lions by 16. Saints have kicked 3 of the last 4 in the game from the stoppage. Butler squeezes a kick out. Neale looks a little sore. Windhager competes for the footy, his direct opponent. Spills to Bailey. His hand pass a turnover. Ross for the Saints. Got it to Butler. Look away. Hand pass to Higgins in a bit of space. Kicks to Wood. One out in the cage with Coleman. He can't take the mark. Coleman did well. Wood stands up with the footy. Breaks a tackle. Sells a dummy and then hits up. Inside 50, Wanganeen Millerer got a player free in the goal square. It's Membry. He takes the mark just outside of it in front of the behind post. And what a piece of work from Mason Wood.
This is the best I've seen him play in patches like that. It's just those consistencies of making the right decision.
Zach Jones has just put Lachie Neale down behind play. Lachie Neale saw he got crunched. I think he got hit by a knee, Dan Butler's knee. And he saw, and it was just him and Windhager a long way walking along.
Membry snaps it through, and momentum has well and truly swung. The Saints are rolling. They've kicked 4 of their last...
They're getting another one, Corbs.
They've kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
It looks like St Kilda's going to get another shot at goal. This will either be in the forward line, or are they going to make it from where it happens?
Yeah, once it's
so
Once it happens...
There was a push and shove after the goal, and Joe Danaher made a stupid move and hit, is that Howard in the face and right in front of the umpire, and that's where the free kick's going to be taken. So it's a bit disappointing, really. Now, they have to wait 30 seconds for the TV commercial.
It should have been a free kick to Lockie Neal because Zach Jones came from nowhere and just put him down in the centre of the ground, a long way from the ball. Now, all into Lockie Neal. So here's the free kick. Howard penetrating inside 50, charging out was Wood. Wood's in a bit of a purple patch at the moment. Starcevic with the dump kick. Which way will it bounce in the centre of the ground? Wilkie, Clark, Zach Jones getting a few boos and a little nasty elbow there from Zach Bailey as he got his kick away. Windhager marks in front of Neal. Windhager, long, high, big pack forms. King was the ace in the pack. King takes a contested mark at the top of the goal square. King to go back and put them within 4 points.
It was like Skittles. Brisbane had 3 players on the ground. King's come out with it. We're watching the replay now. Brisbane will have 3 blokes on the deck, and King stands up with the ball.
Top of the goal square for his first of the night. Oh, he's missed. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's an absolute howler.
Kelly misses him always to the left because he doesn't go through the ball. He doesn't hold it over his right leg. He takes it too easy and he doesn't kick through the ball. I'm saying this from round 1.
Brought the St Kilda team roaring back into contention and roaring back to life. And so deflating. The margin 9, the Lions lead.
Saints have kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game. Should have been 5 of the last 6 as Rich goes short to Berry in the back pocket. Long down the line, they all miss it. Ball pitches, runs out the back. Sinclair's onto it. Breaks the tackle from Lyons. Hand pass back into congestion. Windhager onto it. Hand pass to Long. Ross kicks across the ground and Lenat takes the mark. Outer edge of the centre square. Saints coming. Long kick out wide to King. He takes the mark about 80 from home. He's just going to bang it deep. Membry's down there. He's reaching for it. No mark. Spills through to Payne. Hurried kick out of the defensive arc. Pitches straight out of bounds. Deliberate. Saints can pump it back inside 50. And Zach Jones will take it. 55 out left half forward. They're relentless at the moment, St Kilda. Playing the type of quarter as if their season depends on it, and it certainly does, as Jones hits up Membry at half forward, and he marks 40 from home, but 3 steps in from the boundary line on his left-hand side.
There's a lot of action in the goal square. Saints have been careful about not losing this ball here. They're trying to... There's 2v2. It's right on, and it's been on like that for about half a minute.
They trailed by 26 points. Time on in the second term. St Kilda have kicked 4 of the last 5 since. Membry to keep the run going. He's kicked it from out wide. The Saints are on the march. With their season at stake, they've kicked 5 of the last 6 in the game. And Membry makes it 3. And the margin has been cut to that. St Kilda 8-5, Brisbane are 8-8. 27 minutes travelled in the third term. Nick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, they're winning the ball, Lingy, but their forward line structure now is just so totally different. And it's interesting that it looks like Andrews, to me, is now dropped off King because he's not playing deep, and yet now they're letting these players virtually get in the game. I just think that if your man's on top, you've got to run with that for a couple of minutes to see whether or not that is going to continue to work. And right now, the midfield battle has certainly fallen in favour of the Saints.
Yeah.
Back line, they're not stressed anymore because the ball is not necessarily going into the back line on the numbers it did in the first half.
Brisbane by 3 points. Back underway in the centre. Bursting through is McCluggage to Neal to Rich. Everything under pressure now, these possessions for the Lions. Kick falls short. Pryor's able to take the mark. Short to Starcevic. Wants to bring it back through the centre. And Gardner's got it. Now it's the Brisbane Lions. This momentum has flipped, and they're short, sharp. Oh, and that was awkward. It's hang up there for an anxious moment. Allows the Saints to pounce. Butler gets around one, gets around two. He's put it out in front of Wood, who's marked it. Wood's marked in front of Payne. Membry comes in and just picks up Payne and says, "Get off my teammate." And Mason Wood, who's in a real purple patch, is lining up for his fourth. And a chance to put the Saints back in front.
Well, the Lions have just lost all of their purpose and structure. So when they got the ball in the middle of the ground, instead of going quick, because it's from pretty much a centre bounce, they had even numbers. They did nothing with their little chip kicks, and then tried to bite off another one that just was not there. And
three tall players in the forward line can all mark. In fact, we've mentioned even the mediums can do that.
Saints haven't led since time on in the last quarter. It was Brisbane by 22 at half-time. Wood splits the middle from a 45-degree angle, 30 metres out. He turns to the Saints fans. He's got the Hulk-like celebration, and Wood, with 4 goals, puts the Saints in front. They lead it by 3 with less than 2 minutes to play before three-quarter time. 9-5-59, Brisbane 8-8-56.
Is he on the wing, Lingy, or is he playing half forward? Or is he drifting both back and forth in those roles?
Both. He started forward at that last centre bounce, but a lot of it has been off the wing, mainly off the wing. Watching the Lions midfielders, even at that last centre bounce, they're really trying to flash through.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You can have one player on the move, but they're all trying to do it. And it's the millionaire play that if you get a little handball and the person receives them, fantastic. They run through 50, kick a goal. Great. But if St Kilda can get a hand in it, gee, that's opening up the other way.
5th lead change of the night after 4 in the opening term, and St Kilda back in front. What a turnaround. Back in the centre square. McCluggage can't get it away. Crouch to Jones, and now out to Sinclair on the wing. Kicks wide to Hill in a one-on-one. Gets rid of Starcevic. Now he's crunched by Neal. He's crunched high. Free kick, Bradley Hill. Right in front of the interchange, and now 50. Neal and Jones still pushing and shoving. The emergency umpire's out chatting with them both.
He's niggled him ever since he came on as that sub. He's got a niggler into Neal.
Lions have lost the plot.
Yeah.
And Brad Hill will just poke it to Membry, who's unchecked. 35 out, just left of centre. And an easier conversion for the St Kilda forward.
Even that, they're going back and just standing and watching grass, and then the kick goes to Membry, and they all turn to each other and have a crack. Yeah,
he's a forward.
Whose man is arguing?
He's not a mid-drifting in, he's a forward. That's a backman's man.
This to make it 5 in a row in 12 minutes of footy. Membry moves in. He misses. Out to the left. St Kilda by 4 points. It's a 5-goal turnaround in the game after Brisbane led by 26 time on in the second. We're now time on in the third term. St Kilda by 4.
If you look at the misses by King and Membry, look, they've missed sitters.
So Rich on the kick in, no surprise, he goes long. Sinclair works his way in front of Danaher and marks it. Danaher was well held out of the contest by Howard. Sinclair is going to send it back to the top of the... Oh, it's a free kick.
Yep.
The kick went to the top of the goal square. King looked like he'd slipped over, but clearly there was an infringement of some type, Lingy.
Yeah, it was Harris Andrews. The Saints player straight away let him know all about it. Straight up and in his face. And
he's lost the plot by dropping off King in that middle area for about 6 or 7 minutes, let King back in the game.
This is...
I just saw the replay. That is as soft as they come.
Oh, forget the replay of that. What about Max King lining up? Because he's missed sitters. He's wrestling his own demons. He's kicking with tension. He's got the yips, Max King.
Yeah, he has. You're spot on. It's 3 misses.
3 behinds directly in front for Max King. And is that in this quarter, Mick? Or for the game?
0-4 for the night. He's 3 misses in the quarter. You're right, Cal. As the exiting kick out from the Lions, chopped off by Long, kicks back inside 50. King can't take the mark, spills down to Zorko. Sweeping hand pass to Rich in the back pocket. He goes all the way back to Gardner. What a stunning turnaround in this third term. St Kilda playing for their season. And it looked every bit of that. They kicked 5 goals to 1. And after trailing by 22 at half-time, they lead by 5 at three-quarter time. The Saints 9-7-61. The Brisbane Lions 8-8-56. The Saints by 5 points. We've had 5 lead changes in the game. And we're not done yet. A quarter of footy still to come. Mason Wood's got 4 for the third time in his career. He polled Brownlow votes in the previous 2. He's on track to do that again tonight. 3 for Membry, 2 for Higgins. And that's it. So 3 goal kickers for St Kilda have their 9. And Max King has 3 behinds in the quarter, 4 for the night. Meanwhile, for Brisbane, more of a spread. 2 for Hipwood and then singles down the page. Danaher, McCluggage, McCarthy, Rayner, Cameron and McStay. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
An observation. I haven't seen so much niggle in a game this year. Even Joe Danaher just went down and ran past the St Kilda huddle and gave it to every player as he went past, just to grab Harris Andrews, and then they walked past and gave it to them again. Like, there's every time they come to the bench, they're into each other. It's there's obviously high stakes on the line, but gee, they're into each other every single opportunity they can.
If I was Joe Danaher, I'd be looking at the scoreboard thinking we were 5 up or 4 up and now we're not. So I'd be holding my tongue and giving a bit of action.
The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling coming up next on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
My friends and I love the footy. Oh, we spend the whole week waiting for the next game. And before you know it, the ABC has the footy on the radio again.
It's the boundary in the right foot. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
He likes it before it even crosses the line.
2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
It's going, it's there.
Light up your week with the best call in the game.
Grandstand AFL.
AFL.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital. The 2022 AFL Premiership Season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Hitball's back in the other direction. McCluggage spun around, still got it away. Lions links up here with Rayner, who kicks a cannon from outside 50.
Cleaner than Hipwood. Hipwood forced to punch down. Now Wood takes off, lining up for his third. It's a wobbler, and it wobbles through Mason Wood.
Kicks to Wood, one out the cage with Coleman. He can't take the mark. Coleman did well. Wood stands up with the footy, breaks a tackle, sells a dummy and then hits up. Inside 50, Wanganeen Miller got a player free in the goal square. It's Membry. He takes the mark just outside of it in front of the behind post. And what a piece of work from Mason Wood. Membry snaps it through and momentum has well and truly swung. Playing the time the quarter as if their season depends on it, and it certainly does, as Jones hits up Membry at half forward. Membry to keep the run going. He's kicked it from out wide. The Saints are on the march. With their season at stake, they've kicked 5 of the last 6 in the game.
Butler gets around 1, gets around 2. He's put it out in front of Wood, who's marked it. Wood splits the middle from a 45-degree angle, 30 metres out.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership Season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
They've kicked 6 of the last 7 in the game. St Kilda Mason Wood has 3 of them. An incredible night again at Docklands on a Friday night on ABC Radio and ABC Sport across the country. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL.
Outstanding quarter footy by St Kilda. Let's just give them their credit for the way they hunted around the ball, the contest, the ruthlessness with which they played around the contest and got the ball forward and gave their forwards plenty of opportunities. And in fact, they should have had a couple more. You guys were touching on it. Absolute sitters for Max King on a couple of occasions, and also Tim Membry as well. But Mick, I can't help but think, I'm thinking more bigger picture here. I'm watching a Brisbane Lions team. I think we were discussing pre-match whether they could win the premiership. On what I have watched tonight, I'm not watching a premiership team right now in the Brisbane Lions. They've had the game stripped away from them. They've tried to play some millionaire footy at times, all wanting it on their terms. And the Saints, to their credit, they've come for the contest, and that's why they're back in front.
And stayed in it, yeah. Lingy, we spoke about, neither of us were convinced that they could win a premiership. We thought that they could maybe make top 4. But it's the old things that keep coming back. I think you said, or Corbin said early on, number of wins they've had in final series in the last few years. All we've seen, like even the way they're playing now, they're all forward of the ball, and now the St Kilda are starting to be a bit smarter in the middle. They've got a bit more of a better mix in there. Hager has just been outstanding as a young fella. So
11 disposals, Lockie Neal.
Yeah, so Neal doesn't get it. He's still working pretty hard. So if he's not getting the football, where are the other leaders? And I'm talking about Zorko. That's why I said about Zorko before, because he was the most undisciplined line there for a patch of about 10 to 12 minutes. He has to lead, and Andrews has to lead, and Danu has to lead. Rayner's been there long enough. McCluggage been there long enough. Now, I don't say that they're out of this game. Well, let's face it, they had 2 quick goals now. Well, one goal and they're in front.
But it's not so much about this game.
No, it's about the next games. That's right.
The questions have only got louder about the Brisbane Lions after that sort of quarter.
Yep, absolutely. I just can't believe that they can lose contact so quickly with the way they played, because St Kilda were pretty hard in the first half. It's not as if all of a sudden St Kilda have come out of the locker room and gone, we've got to be a bit harder. No, they were hard. But now they're controlling the ball, and Brisbane can't take it off them, and I think that's the major problem. 15 times inside 50 that quarter to 9. That is a complete reversal of the first half.
Saints by 5 points. They're playing for their season. For Brisbane, they're playing for a top 4 spot. Final term underway. Marshall wins the hit out and then soccers it out of the centre square. Out towards Higgins. He kicks to the top of the goal square. Coleman went without it. Butler picks up, hooks it back towards Owens deep. He can't take the mark. Caught at the back. Still alive footy. Top of the goal square for the Saints. Butler's kick picked off. Gardner on it for Brisbane. Kicks out wide to McCluggage. Just bounces in front of him and out of play. And a throw in half forward for St Kilda. The Saints coming home to the southern end, and Brisbane to the northern end in this final term.
I sort of seen King drop back further. He comes out 20 metres further. It just dislodges the Brisbane backline.
McInerney down to Neal, trying to inject himself into the contest. McCluggage, Rich from the back pocket, bombs it towards Rayner, playing in front. Nice mark under pressure. Hunter Clark in a one-on-one. He beats him.
They can't go, though. Well held up by the Saints.
Well, the umpire tells him eventually to go, so he goes long down the line off the hands of Sinclair. Wilkie won't keep it in. A boundary throw in, City side wing. It was Brisbane by 1 at quarter time, by 22 at half time. St Kilda by 5 at 3/4 time, and we're just in the opening minute here of the final term.
Cooper Sharman hobbled on the St Kilda bench. They've had to use their medi-sub. Meanwhile, the sub for Ryan Lester, not yet activated for Brisbane. From the boundary throw-in, there's a free for a push. It's going St Kilda's way, and it's going to be taken by Windhager. He's completely blanketed Lockie Neal, and the champ with just 2 disposals in that third quarter. And Windhager did the job on Kelly 2 weeks ago. Tim Kelly of the Eagles, and Cam Guthrie last week. He's winning the battle against Neal tonight. As Jones then pokes the kick down the wing to Membry. What a night he's having. He's kicked 3 up front. Just forward of the logo on the City wing. Saints lead the game by 5. High kick inside 50. King gets a running start at it. Can't complete the mark. Owens at the drop. Hand pass to Higgins. Didn't take possession of the footy. Lyons involved in a heavy butt with Owens. Rich tackles Owens out of play. And a boundary throw-in. Forward pocket here for St Kilda. Coming home to the southern end. It's the Saints by 5.
So they all set up for another stoppage here. It's McInerney in a mismatch with Membry. McInerney straight down to Butler's tackled from front on. It's always a controversial one, Lingy, because it was the player who was Gardner who just picked up the Sherrin and rammed into Butler.
Yeah, but he's still, when he's in the act of picking up the footy, you have to have your head down. They still have to be protected. So those free kicks have to be paid. They're a bit different to the other ones, I reckon.
Okay, Gardner around the other side, around the city side. Zach Jones, who's been feisty. Off to Wood, Ross, who's caught. Lena in a little bit of space, does well, kicks around the corner. Lockie Neal outmarks Windhager, plays on, off to Rich, bursting through Zorko, into the midfield. Oh, he's dropped an absolute sitter, has Hipwood. Flicks it back to Starcevic. Handballs over the top to centre half forward, waiting for it to bounce as Rona gives it off to Coleman. Now Berry from a standing start pierces it to Bailey, who marks uncontested 49 metres out directly in front.
So that's what they can do well, Brisbane. They can open up the middle of the ground, a chain of handballs. They use the forward handball really effectively to get somebody out and just create a bit of chaos. And then a nice pass to Bailey.
We've seen him kick goal before too.
We certainly have important, significant goals. Oh, he's right into the man on the mark. What a brilliant smother that was by Windhager, and then Zorko wraps him up in a tackle and looked like he might have got Windhager high, but the umpire doesn't see it. And listen to the warm applause for Marcus Windhager.
Great umpiring. Yep. Great umpiring, though. He called playing at the right time.
Marshall knocks it forward. Hill just paddles it out underneath Steele as the pack forms around him, and the ump says ball up in the centre square.
Michael Frederick-like here from the other week.
Yeah, against
Richmond.
Yep.
St Kilda.
Noah Bolter.
By 5 points as McInerney swats it down. Wood knocks it on alongside the centre circles. Here's Ross on the bottom of the pack. Got a hand pass out to McInerney. Kicks it forward for Brisbane. Leonard can't complete the mark. Hitwood grabs the footy. Hurried kick inside. No mark for McStay. Spills to Rayner. Rolls back on his right side. Hooks it through for a goal. We're far from finished. Puts Brisbane back in front. 5 minutes into the final term. Rayner with his second. And Brisbane back ahead. 9-8-62. St Kilda 9-7-61. Grandstand AFL, early stages, final term. Cameron Ling and Nick Malthouse.
The Saints players out there with that goal to Rayner shouldn't be too panicked by it. Now, it was a beautiful goal by Rayner, but it was still the play where if it comes off, fantastic. If it doesn't, if St Kilda somehow get a hand in like they did in that third quarter and spills the other way, all the Lions players will past it and the ground is open for St Kilda. So Saints, if they're communicating with each other out there, and then just keep stressing trust, that if we get enough pressure on them, we'll turn that one over and we're going to be open for a score ourselves. Great finish by Rayner, but it's the old, all duck, no dinner that was used by Langdon a week ago.
1 point the difference. The Lions lead it, and it's McInerney that's clearing out of the centre by his boot. An unkind bounce for Hipwood. Goes over his head. He follows up with a handball to Rayner, who's going to stroll in and kick his third. Rayner goes back to back within a minute. And it's a savage blow for these Saints. Brisbane now by 7 points. 10-8-68. St Kilda 9-7-61. 8 minutes gone in this final term.
Looks magnificent. He's rolling the dice.
We're not that kind of broadcast, but you could say when it rain or it pours.
Well, you've just done it.
Or you can, Corbs.
Save it when he kicks his fourth and wins it for the game. What are you doing?
Yeah, the Saints got each other's way there, though. They're just that little bit of understanding because there was 3 again at one player. They'll all go, 3.
See, look at Rayner just drift across, though, Nick.
Yeah,
that looks beautiful. It's a goal. Fantastic. But that is rolling the dice.
He's the only Brisbane player to have kicked a goal after half-time. He's got 3 of them. Cam Rayner. And Marshall wins the first hit out, and then McInerney just the volleyball spike 30 metres to Rayner again. Hand pass to Zorko, kicks into the pocket. Now it's St Kilda under siege. Howard on the last line, chips it to the top of the defensive goal square, and Wilkie marks. Continues the movement out towards the city side of the ground. Wanganeen Miller pokes the pass over to Long. Long kicks down the city wing. Here's Owens, who takes the mark for St Kilda. Owens, not a great kick. And Noah Answorth going to take the intercept mark. He pulls the trigger back to centre half-back for Dan Rich. Half-back flank for the Lions. A 7-point lead for Brisbane. 8 played final term.
Yeah, good play by Andrews too. He just got rid of...
Oh, Rich into the centre of the ground. It had to be precise. It wasn't. It went over Bailey's head.
Clark mops up, gives it off to Steele, who puts it out in front of Higgins, but he's beaten to it by Payne, the bigger player, the bigger man. Payne in a one-on-one repels momentarily. He's going to go up high in front of the interchange gates where Wilkie is in a tussle with Hipwood, who just slaps it over. Looks deliberate. It's as deliberate as you come, but he was under pressure and he was only a few centimetres away from the boundary.
It has to be deliberate. Has to be. It's already come off the opponent's hands, so therefore it's no longer a marking contest. And he just slapped it out of bounds.
Lions by 7. Marshall again dominating in the ruck. Down to Jones. Scott Zorko for company. And Zorko tackles him over the line. These two have been so feisty tonight. This whole contest has been feisty.
There's a lot of feistiness between the Lions at the moment, Cal. Harris Andrews just gave Daniel Ridge one of the all-time sprays about 30 seconds ago. Lots and lots of arguing between the Lions players.
Brisbane by 7 from the boundary throw-in. McInerney just fists it away, but straight to Ross of the Saints. Hand pass to Jones, to Crouch, now to Windhager, who puts it out on the full. Kicking down from memory. 9.5 minutes into the final term. The Lions with the only 2 goals of the quarter. And after trailing by 5 at three-quarter time, they lead it by 7. Here's Gardner in his milestone game, down to half forward. Rayner at the drop of the footy again, can't complete the mark. Heavy tackle from Ross and a ball up. Just forward of the wing. Brisbane side of halfway. The Lions lead it by 7.
From the air, Marshall straight down the throat of Ross, gets his kick away despite being tackled. Owens, dabs it to his own advantage, had it, then lost it, did all the good work. Too high, free kick to the Saints. Crouch will get it. Bailey got pinged. He's got it on the edge of the centre square. Kicks to the bullseye. Where's Long's got it? Running past his Leanett. Accepts the handball. Delivers perfectly. And marking on his chest. He won't mark anything easier than that is Max King.
No, and you know what he's doing? Why he takes a mark like that and drifts off to his right-hand side is beyond me. He should be going to the left-hand side. The umpire would have just let him go.
4 behinds. He's got the yips. Listen to this crowd either getting into him or rallying behind him, Saints fans. Can they wheel that ball through for a goal? No, they can't. Oh, my goodness me. 5 behinds for the night.
He's lost total confidence, and easy to see that because he technically rushed that kick.
Yep.
He probably used 15 of the 30 seconds he's entitled to.
Brisbane by 6.
He's up to 41 behinds for the year, more than any other player in the competition, Max King. As Rich from the kick out finds Zorko, spears it down the wing. He can't complete the juggled mark. Neil just grabs it and goes. Kicks to Danaher, running downhill. Needs to run onto it. Open goal face, pops it through. Brisbane with 3 in a row. And he just sits on the fence to admire his own work in the follow-through. A quiet night, but Joe gets involved when Brisbane need him. 12 played final term. The Lions with the fast start to the final quarter.
Well, it's been the story of this last quarter for the Lions. Once they've broken it open at a crucial contest, Mick, they've just had players out the back flying towards goal.
Yeah, it's like March, April game.
Yeah.
It's not a September game where this happens. And I know that we're playing. They're playing St Kilda and they're playing a side that is desperate to win also, but you're not going to get this luxury in September.
Well, they were 26 points down, the Saints. Came back to get their nose in front, and now they're 12 points down. Can they storm back into contention again? Marshall off to Ross, out of the centre. Ross bursts through, a wobbling ball. Hard one to control. Andrews just picks it up one hand, holds off Max King with the other, and the kick was to perfection to Berry, who slides in and takes the mark.
That was pretty impressive from Harris Andrews.
A bit of Michael Jordan-like with it, didn't it? I'll just take it with one hand. Oh, the big fly from Ben Long, right in front of the Brisbane bench. Up the back of McCarthy he went. He takes a mini screamer.
He just has a crack, this bloke. I love the way he plays.
And now he's going to put it looking for the big boys. Down there was King, out of position really, and it's spoiled, knuckled over the line for a boundary throw in.
I think you're probably the number one member of the Ben Long fan club.
I love him. I love the way he goes about it, because you've got to have these players in your side.
I like it. You've been loyal to him, Nick. He's been in and out of the team, but you've held your commitment from the boundary throw-in. Comes down to McInerney, just sockers it forward 25 metres. Howard picks it up for the Saints. Hand pass too long. High kick back inside 50. Sharman in a wrestle with Andrews. Payne just knocks it down to Berry. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Bounces up, hits Jared Lyons in the bounce. Spills down to Wood. 60 from home for St Kilda. Long kick back to the top of the goal square. Andrews can't kill it dead. King tries to spoil it. Sharman grabs it. Can't get boot the ball. Gang tackled and a ball up in the goal square for the Saints.
I just hope that King gets an opportunity. I'm not saying he should win or lose the game. I hope he gets an opportunity and puts one through because it just his confidence.
0-5 for the night. Goal square for St Kilda. McInerney wins the hit out. Pryor lays a big bump from the pocket. Impossible angle. Higgins shoots goalward, but it was touched, in fact, off the boot, so it won't be out on the full. It'll be a boundary throw-in as his shot hit the behind post. So deep forward for St Kilda. Another goal-scoring opportunity. It's Brisbane by 12. 14 played in the last.
Flick back in. Membry's got to beat McInerney. McInerney gets it. Butler had it. Coleman's got him off to Ross. Chance for Crouch on his non-preferred left. Across the goals and across the face and through for a behind.
You know what else would change up? King does the ruck work down there.
Yeah.
Free him up from Andrews at the moment. Do a bit of ruck work.
Been big on that for the last few weeks, getting him involved in the ruck as well.
Just in the forward line, just you lose an opponent for a bit, and it might take 30 seconds for Andrews to get back to him.
What do you reckon Hawkins has been doing for 4 or 5 years? You know, it's that type of play. He's not Hawkins, but he can still get into the game that way.
Starcevic marks the kick out from Zorko. Long down to the contest at half-back. Offhand spills through to Jared Lyons. Can't pick it up under pressure from Long, and it's out of play. So a throw in between wing and half-forward for St Kilda. The Lions have kicked the only 3 goals of this final term after St Kilda, in really a stunning third quarter, kicked 5 goals to 1 to erase a 26-point deficit and lead by 5 at three-quarter time. The Lions by 11. Boundary throwing. Neal went without it. Barry grabs it. Crouch has got him. Drills him into the turf and a ball up. Still between wing and half-forward for St Kilda. 15 and a half played final term.
Oh, well played by Owens. He rises high against Oscar McInerney. Quick hurried kick in the St Kilda direction. They can't keep it in play. It rolls over right in front of the Saints bench.
I think that's fair to say. First career hit out for Mitch Owens.
Yeah. He's going to be forced to do it again here against McInerney.
Yeah, Windhagen's gone down behind play.
Lockie Neal, was it?
Yeah.
And he's going to win a free. It was either Neal or Berry. Yeah, I think it was Berry.
Blocking, was it?
Yep. Just came in, you saw Windhagen land on his backside. So he wins the free. Short to Wanganeen Miller. Right in front of the Lions bench.
He copped a bit of feedback from Charlie Cameron too, Lockie Neal. His own teammate just looked at him and had the shaggy response. It wasn't me.
So to Windhager again, who's getting those possessions up there. He's been so good, nullifying the impact of Lockie Neal. He takes on Neal, the man on the mark. What about the confidence for that? Goes long. Kick couldn't find Steele, and Payne spoils it into the fence with a fierce fist. And it'll be a boundary throw in here for St Kilda. They trail by 11 points. There's 10 minutes left in this ball game.
I just saw the replay, what the free kick was for. Oh, boy.
Lions by 11. Boundary throw in. Comes down to Pryor. Kicks a high up and under out wide. And Wanganeen Miller at the drop.
Beautiful, man.
Berry hit him with a feather, did he?
Oh, I reckon I would have actually averaged 35 touches a game if every one of those were paid.
Windhager, 55 out against the boundary line to the top of the goal square. King in the pack, can't take the mark. Spills down to Membry, has it stolen from him. Andrews just says, get that out of here. Bangs it out wide in front of Danaher, and Danaher's happy to let it roll out of play.
It's now almost panicked by the Saints. It's just toss it in there, but it just keeps coming out. They've got to really, if you control the ball outside 50, Brisbane got everyone inside 50, set it up, slow down, get a goal first.
So Owens again in the ruck. Dinky kick. Starcevic tries to control it. Handballs. Lions back to Neal. High ball under pressure. Matheson in from the side. Crunches Sinclair. And it'll be a free kick to Matheson.
Yeah, his arm was pulled down in the marking contest by Sinclair.
I couldn't see Lingy because there's so much hair between them. And now the kick, Wilkie, rises up over the top of Zorko and takes a lovely mark right in front of the Saints bench. Short to Ross. Ross goes long. Oh, Sinclair's got to be brave here, and he is. Takes a mark right on the arc. He's got players running for him, and he pinpoints Windhager. And listen to the roar, because he's marked in front of Lachie Neale, the Brownlow medal favourite. He's beaten him tonight, and he can go back and bang through a goal and get his team back within 5 points.
Let me tell you, this will be a good goal, because he's not overly reliable with the ball. I hope for his sake he just uses the 30 seconds, got time up his sleeve, right goalpost.
Marcus Windhager, game number 17. 3-3 for his career, 3-4 for his career. Mick Malthouse, that's why he's sitting behind me in special comments on Grandstand AFL tonight.
People lean back on their set shots. Zero momentum through the ball.
Brisbane by 10, 8 minutes to play.
Saints have left a few out there in the second half as Coleman with the short kick out of the defensive arc to Jackson Pryor.
And that's how you really finish off an opponent. If you've got a roll on them. If you can kick goals on them, crucial goals, that's how you really hurt them.
Pryor, long drop punt down the wing. Wilkie into the box seat, can't complete the mark. Tackled now by Hipwood, spun around, still got a kick forward. Andrews knocks it away from King. Back into the centre square. Andrews tackled, lost it. Hill picks up the loose ball, kicks inside 50. Membry marks.
Great play by Hill. I've been a critic, but that was great play. If he had have gone for goal, it would have been smothered. There were too many players in front of him. Just held the kick back. Well done by Hill, and well done by Membry to find that space.
And Mitch Owens before that with a tackle on Andrews.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So Membry missed his own set shot late in the third quarter down the other end. They're on a hell of a run in this second half, but they have left a few set shots out there. Membry starts it out to the left-hand goalpost. He's missed two. He misses out to the left. And St Kilda putting thorns in their own paws at the moment. They're 9 goals, 11. Brisbane 11-8, looking ever so shaky. It's Brisbane by 9 points as we tick into time on in the final term. The Saints' season is on the line.
I've got 7 misses from set shots. I've got it.
Rich long. Well played by Danaher. Flicked it down, but Zach Jones was waiting for it. Handballs back to Sinclair. Drives it long. Rich is going to send himself big spoil. Spills away of McCluggage. Gets it over to Starcevic. Out in front of Berry. Oh, Windhager puts his body on the line. He is hard with the hip and shoulder. Zach Jones comes in and helps him out and sees it over the boundary.
The Saints have got the Lions here because the Lions are playing for boundary throw-ins and stoppages. Every chance they get, they're just trying to tap it, get another stoppage. They're not attacking still.
Doesn't go out. In fact, it was tossed up in the air from that stoppage. Who's going to win it? A big ball to be won. Marshall steps around Matheson, bombs it long to a one-on-one. Down there is Butler. Butler can't get it. It's flicked by Berry. Out to Starcevic. Short under pressure to Matheson. Cradles the Sherrin to his chest and says, slow it down.
Even that, they're trying to hold him. There's 6 minutes to go.
Matheson kicks all the way back to the defensive goal square.
You're not going to hold on for 6 minutes.
Harris Andrews to Coleman.
You keep playing the game that's in front of you. You get a turnover, you've got to go with some sort of speed.
Coleman out wide to Jackson Pryor. So it's Brisbane by 9 points. Saints have well and truly kicked themselves out of this one, but they're clinging on. They are walking the tightrope right now, and still with 5 and a bit to play, they're within range. Kick went to Answorth, who goes long down the line. Sinclair's there. He allows his teammate to come through and try and gather it. Unable to pick it up was Hunter Clark. Clark now tackles Charlie Cameron to the ground. And the umpire blows the whistle.
There's another one's gone missing.
Yeah, he has,
Cameron.
hasn't he?
Oh, well, we just haven't seen him. And this has happened in final series as well. Under pressure.
Kicked the first one for the night for the Lions. Hasn't done anything since then.
Marshall wins the head out. Steele fumbles it out of play. So a throw in between wing and half forward for the Lions. Got 5 minutes to go on the game clock. And St Kilda's season is on the line. They want to play finals this year. They've got to turn around a 9-point deficit. While for Brisbane, They're trying to protect a 9-point lead and a spot in the top 4. From the boundary throw in McCarthy. What am I trying to say? Whacks it out wide and out of bounds it goes. I'm getting too excited. Matheson sees it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in here. 55 metres out from the Brisbane goal. The Lions have kicked the only 3 goals in this final term after St Kilda ran right in the third quarter, kicking 5 goals to 1.
That was in 5 inside 50s too, Corbin, for those 3 goals. 15 to the Saints for no goals.
Still tries to win it at ground level. Fires out a handball. It's stolen by Starcevic. He squeezes the kick towards Danaher. Did everything right, but then it slipped through his fingers. The regather to Berry. Berry handballs back to Coleman on his left. He puts it out in front of Rayner in the left forward pocket. And Rayner is going to line up for his 4th.
Got a big last quarter. Cam Rayner got those 2 goals to get them going. Had a couple of dangerous touches. His work rate is improving, I reckon, Mick. It's still not quite there where it needs to be. Second, third efforts and some defensive efforts still need to get there, but...
Goalless at half-time, Cam Rayner. He has curled this around from the pocket. He's the most exciting player on the park. Rayner tells the Saints fans, shh. He holds up his finger to his lips. He provokes them, but he's got 4, and he's been the star on the night. And they're out by 15 points. 12-8-80, St Kilda. 9-11-65. Their season is quickly slipping away.
Yeah. Well, they'll get back in the rooms at the end of it and go, what could have happened? Well, it's too late. You know, the opportunities when they arrive, and there weren't a lot of them inside the front 50 in the first half, but made most of it in the second half. Sorry, got them in the second half, but just didn't make the most of them. So you pay a penalty for, as we've seen, turnaround shots at goal, and Rayner has hurt them on the other side.
Quick one, Mick. What do you think of that celebration? We've seen Ginnivan do it.
No, don't do it.
And you'd tell him that?
Oh, I would be telling my players, be humble. You know, why antagonise?
Be on ball. Kendrick Lamar's back in the middle of the ground. Free kick for the Saints. Sinclair's going to take the advantage. Kicks inside 50. Owens crashes the pack. Spills down to Membry. He knocks it away to Ross. Hand pass to Hill, who went without it. And Jared Lyons picks it up off the back flank for Brisbane. Hurried kick out to the wing, and the mark's taken by Marshall, so it's coming back. Saints keep it in their front half. Across the ground to Lena. 26 played. Final term, Brisbane by 15. Leonard goes inside 50. It's Owens who's hitting up, trying to be the marking target. Spills down to Membry, hands it back to Owens. Kicks it to the goal face. Unkind bounce for Wood. Still tracking it. Still got it. Favours his left peg. Swings it back to the teeth of goal. King flies, no mark. Hill had a look at it, not quite. And in the end, it's helped through by Berry. A rush behind, another behind for St Kilda. It's Brisbane by 14 points, 26 travelled final term.
St Kilda have had so many chances this last quarter. It's only been the ease of the Brisbane goals. Their few entries, handful of entries and kick goals. St Kilda had some great looks.
One more scoring shot, the Saints as well. The 9-12 inaccuracies just killed them. Brisbane 12-8. So the kick in from Rich has been marked by McCarthy, and then he goes short to Zorko, who's been in every dust-up, every verbal stouch tonight, Zorko. From the defensive side of the wing to the attacking side, over the head of Rayner. Waiting at the back, Marshall tries to mop up, gives it to Wilkie, who runs into a tackle. Going without it was Rayner. Windhager bursts through. Handball's over the top of his head. Can they keep it in play here, McCarthy? Charges in, so too does Wood, who's kicked 4 straight tonight, Mason Wood.
He's going to be pinged for that one, though.
He is holding the ball. Accepting the free kick will be McCluggage. Two minutes to play. Brisbane by 14. McCluggage goes wide to McInerney, who marks by himself, really. The big man out in front got a clear run at it, but the problem is it's just half a step in from the boundary. Not sure the Big O has got it in him.
Smart play, though. Use 30 seconds up.
So the Big O crosses the sideline, the boundary line, and then just puts it into Danaher in the pocket. And Joe flew. He flew up the back of his direct opponent, Howard, and he's winded himself on the way down in that left forward pocket.
He actually might have copped a boot to the head, like maybe the heel.
He's kicked
of his
two.
opponent.
He's up. It's good news for Lions fans. So left forward pocket, 10 metres out. Just needs to snap it. Going the set snap approach. 1, 2, 3 steps, curling, hitting the post. Clattering into the post. And he throws his right hand up to his forehead and he looks down and he can't believe it. Brisbane by 15, last minute of the game.
All looks lost for St Kilda. As Sinclair finds a fellow Jack in Higgins who goes long down the wing. Membry trying to take the mark, spills it, follows up, sends a high bomb down to half forward. Owens at the drop, can't complete the mark. Spills down to Zorko at the lines. Hand pass away to Neil. He goes back by hand to Rich. And Rich will just chip it back to Andrews, who can mark top of the defensive goal square. And Andrews goes short to the back pocket for Noah Answorth. Crowd will be posted at 22,211. And for Brisbane, they didn't answer all the questions about their legitimacy, but they're going to get out of here with what they came for. The Lions' top 4 hunt is alive. They withstand a St Kilda fight back, and the Saints will be relying on a miracle to make it from here. It's Brisbane by 15.
We are the pride of Brisbane town. We wear the roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and there's our goal. All for love, like one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score.
So for the 4th time in 4 years, Brisbane will be in the top 4 with a round to play in the home and away season. They led the game by as many as 26 points time on in the second quarter. They led by 22 points at half-time before St Kilda came with a rush. They kicked 6 of the next 7 goals in the game, and the Saints led it by 5 at three-quarter time before Brisbane steadied the ship. They kicked the only 4 goals of the final quarter to run out winners by 15 points. They get themselves to 15-6, and they'll be in the top 4 at the end of the weekend.
Lions will kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. You'll hear a mighty roar.
Boy, there was a bit in that. 4 lead changes in the opening quarter, 6 for the night. St Kilda by 5 at three-quarter time. Brisbane by 15 in the finish. The goal kickers, Cam Rayner kicked 4. It was really a breakout second half for him. They all came after half-time and proved to be the match winner. 2 for Danaher, 2 for Hipwood, and then singles for McCluggage, McCarthy, Cameron and McStay. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, in the end, they just had the 3 goal kickers. It wasn't enough. Wood, 4 goals. Membry, 3 goals. Higgins, 2 goals. And Max King, their spearhead, who went missing a little in the last quarter. He kicked 0 goals, 5 before that. He's kicked more behinds than any other player in the competition in season 2022. There is no shortage of talking points. We've got 29 minutes to fall it apart. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, give me your immediate reaction after all that.
Well, sometimes very, very simple stats just don't lie. It's at the 29-minute mark of the third quarter onwards. Brisbane, 4 goals, 1. St Kilda, 0 goals, 7.
Wow.
Just the ability to finish their work, and some of them very, very easy shots at goal. They've shot themselves in the foot, the Saints. The inside 50s, Mick, we were talking about them at half-time. So St Kilda only had 17 in the first half. Brisbane Lions had 32. In the second half, completely flipped. St Kilda had 33. Brisbane had 17. They had opportunities galore to win that game, the Saints.
Yeah, and half-time scores, so we're looking at 5 goals 10, 5 goals 10 to 5 goals 3. 5 goals 10. I'm guessing on this. I'm saying that King had 4 shots. It may have been 5 shots, four set shots, and Memory, I know, had 2 set shots. Yep. So you're looking at minimum 6 and maybe 7 set shots at goal, and most of them were I would say Kings missed the first one, and when he missed the first one, the second one followed the same route. It went just slightly onto the left-hand side. He totally overcompensated the third one from Memory. So I'm going, actually he had 3 there. So he missed that one. And the rest of them were just, I had to rush this one. I've got to get this one through because more I think about it, the more mistakes I make. And he missed the next 2. Yeah. So I reckon he's got a mental problem, certainly. But I reckon he's got a technical problem.
Yes,
if they fix the technical problem, they will probably fix his mental problem. Memory generally is much better than those. I know he kicked 3, but he could have had 5. I mean, they were really just Memory goals. They're there to be kicked. And there's only, and can I just add on just there? Yeah. They've only had 3 goal kickers. 3 goal kickers for the night. One's a half forward, one's a key forward, and the other one is a wing half forward. Where's well, we know King. Where's Butler? Where and on the other side, nearly every forward from Brisbane has kicked at least 1 goal. You have a look at Danaher. McCluggage was probably in the middle. McCarthy kicked 1. Rayner, forward, kicked most of his forward. Cameron, McStay and Hipwood, all their forwards kicked a goal. And there lies the biggest difference.
There's the difference. And the elements that St Kilda put into the night, so many of them worked, except for their finishing ability and their ability, not the kicking a goal. That's number 1. Let's put that aside. But even some of their kicks inside 450 in the first half and their field kicking, the fact that they showed again to the competition that if you take away Lachie Neale from the Brisbane Lions are not a dominant team. Lachie Neale has 16 disposals, had to work hard for every single one of them, started getting frustrated, gave away a few free kicks. Now, I don't advocate, even though I played the role, I don't advocate for playing a tag every single week because sometimes you don't have to. There's not one super influential, just you lock him out and it impacts the entire game. But the Brisbane Lions is the team you do it against because Neale controls everything. He misses out on 15 touches tonight. You multiply that by probably 3 or 4 possessions for each of his midfielders that go missing or they don't know where to get it from or they look a bit more lost. There's another 40 possessions that extend out from Lachie Neale that Marcus Windhager has stripped away from the Lions. And they looked at sea at times, all at sea, with through the middle of the ground.
Well, the next question for me to you is they play Carlton. No, they don't. Sorry, they don't play Carlton. They play Melbourne next week. So Melbourne and Carlton, let's say Melbourne win. So then it's going to be whoever wins that game will stay in the 4, probably. Yeah. If Collingwood don't win a game, then they'll probably both stay in there. However, when you get in the final series, is there a Windhager there that's going to play? Because most of these clubs are running around at the moment and they're not choosing to have a Windhager, which I think is essential. When GWS were playing their best football, De Boer played a role. I'm with you. I've always believed in taggers at the appropriate time. But I also look at who is available in the current 8 who's going to play against Brisbane. Like Melbourne, well, they won't do it unless Viney goes to him.
Maybe Harms they use, but
they have
maybe.
That's a maybe. What about Collingwood? Collingwood, Adams might sit next to him, but I don't know if he will. I think Geelong,
We'll work our way through the teams. We'll come back to that. It's a good point. 15-point win for Brisbane over St Kilda. Let's get into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
They're a pretty happy bunch down here. The Lions coming in to sing the song for the 15th time this year. What an important win. It was pretty ugly, but they got the job done. Harris Andrews, the last of the Lions. Dane Zorko joins arms, and here they go. The Lions Charlie Cameron. He's just walking in now, so he will be the last one to join arms. And here go the Lions. That was pretty good. Nothing on last Friday night at the footy, was it, when the Pies got over the line? But we'll endeavour to get you a Lions interview very shortly, guys.
Thanks, Helgi. Look forward to some of that more reaction from the Brisbane room. So they're second at the moment. Of course, the rest of the round still to take place. Given the fact that Sydney and Collingwood play one another, one of them has to lose. So Brisbane will be in the 4 at the end of the weekend, sort of one way or another. And then, as Mick said, it's up to them against Melbourne next Friday night to see if they're going to defend it.
Yeah, and then that's that throws up a different... I don't know the exact permutations that can happen with next week, but if they play each other... Well, they do play each other next week. If they're likely to then play each other again the following week, or potentially at some week during the finals, do you give all of your secrets away in that last game, even though it has massive ramifications on the line? I know it was funny, Mick. We played against each other in that last round of the year in 2011, a round 23 game. And it was weird because we both teams knew that at some point, it wasn't going to be the first week of the finals, but at some point, we were going to come up against each other. So I know that, I'm sure you were doing it, I know Chris Scott was spending a heap of time going, okay, I want to see if this can work, but I also don't want to show this too much. So that's what Brisbane and Melbourne will be thinking a little bit next week, that, I want to see if this is something I can go to, but I also don't want to flag it for the other coach to say, we're going to go to this at some stage.
Well, they played 7 weeks ago at the MCG, and it was Melbourne by 64 points. Remember, they thrashed the Lions.
Yeah, and because they took everything away from what Brisbane represent. And the thing is, you can do the same to Melbourne, but the gap wouldn't be 60 points. It might be 15 to 20 points because teams play out, whereas Brisbane, we watched that third quarter and we watched the last quarter inside 50s, and quite frankly, Brisbane just don't cope with it. And I think that's why Melbourne, at their best, were... And this will be played at the Gabba, so it'll be an interesting game. But I'm more intent to say what we did first up, Lingy, where we spoke about, okay, if they get over St Kilda, which we thought they would, even at three-quarter time we weren't convinced that Saints could hang on, but are they playing good enough football to go into September? And our answer right now would have to be we've got serious doubts on too much of their game structure is built around one player, and their forwards go right out of the game, and their backs become... I'm not going to say undisciplined, but there's a couple of players in there with the way they umpire these days, they just step over the mark.
A bit grabby.
Yeah.
The one I would say, so this is the key player, again, flagged earlier on in the game, Cam Rayner, and his jump in that last quarter and the influence that he was able to have in that last term. I wonder if that type of performance can be a catalyst for a massive 5 weeks for Cam Rayner. And he can be that other way. So much is Lachie Neale. Berry and McCluggage are all excellent players, but they're not as pivotal as what Neale is.
No.
Can Rayner be that something special in the last 5 weeks? He's still only 22. He's a young guy.
Coming off a knee.
Yeah, so all his upside is still in the years to come. But can this be the launching pad of a 5 or 6 year run for Cam Rayner where he elevates himself into the top bracket in the competition?
Well, he's got the body shape. He's strong. He's a good kick. Not explosively quick, but adequate. Doesn't get caught.
He's powerfully quick.
That's right. That's right. He's got power running. Yeah. He's not going to win the New York Marathon by a long shot.
No.
But he may well just finish behind in the 100.
Yes.
So a better, when I say just behind, probably 15, 20 metres, but he's going to be 20 Ks short of the marathon.
He has got a bit of Dusty about him. There is a little bit of
He would like to think so. And I think that was the worry the way he first started playing.
Right,
I reckon coming off a knee, I think he's got to start to think, look, I'm a half foot and can go in the middle and can win the football. I'd like him to walk around the fence and know that is the fence, not defence. And because...
Is that the best you've seen him play?
It was a cameo for 15 minutes. There was nothing else about his game. Nothing else grabbed me to say at half time, gee, Rayner's you're going to kill him.
You would have coached players like that, though. Guys that you just can come bob up and win the game for you. And we see it, we talk about it all the time.
Well, I suppose you do, but you don't. The last player you're relying upon is someone like that. If you go into a final series, you want Mr. Dependable. You want the bloke that what we all say, will jump in the trench with.
15-point win for the Brisbane Lions, 12-9 over St Kilda, 9-12. The Lions kicking 4 goals, 1 to end the game. St Kilda 7 behinds. Let's get into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges.
Thank you, Corbin. Lockie Neal has been good enough to join us. Lockie, before I'll let the boys talk footy with you, but can I just ask you about Hugh McCluggage? He just went into the massage room. I think he got quite emotional. He's had an unbelievably difficult day. It's his grandmother's funeral this morning in Warrnambool, which he attended, came back this afternoon for the game. It is a footy club, isn't it? A difficult day for one of your own.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll rally around Huey. Credit to him to get up tonight and play after a difficult period for him and his family. And I thought he was exceptional. He was probably in our top few players tonight and really drove us from the start. His first quarter was electric, so credit to him. And hopefully he's okay. We'll get around him. I'll go and see him in a sec.
An important win for you just to get over the line. It wasn't always pretty. It was a bit ugly at times. How do you describe the victory?
Yeah, well, St Kilda were playing for their season. We were playing for a top 4 chance to sort of stay alive in that race. So it was always going to be a pretty hotly contested game. And credit to St Kilda, they came out and played a pretty good game as well. I thought both teams missed some opportunities. They missed a fair few in the last, which let us off the hook a little bit. But really proud of the guys. It's a 5-day break for us and travel. So we just had to guts it out and get the win, which we did. So we'll go home, recover and rest up for Melbourne next Friday night, which will be a cracker.
How good will that be? So good to have Lockie Neal for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Lockie, well done on the win. I do want to just focus in on that fascinating matchup that occurred all throughout the game between you and Marcus Windhager. Obviously paid you a lot of attention. It was a really close checking role. How did you find it? How did you find him? You had to work really hard for your ball and to help the team. But can you talk us through that matchup?
Yeah, we obviously planned for it. He's been doing that role for a few weeks, so we knew it was coming. I thought early in the game I did a good job of getting my teammates involved by releasing wingers and making 1v2s. Second quarter, I probably felt like I got to work a little bit myself around the contest, and then the second half, he's probably tightened up a bit more, and I couldn't quite influence the game in the third quarter as I would have liked. But it was a good battle. He's a strong kid. I'm not sure how old he is, but I think it's his first year, so it's a credit to him in the work that he's doing. But yeah, it was a good battle. I thought I played my role in trying to bring my teammates into the game and make them better players tonight. We knew it was going to be one of those nights for me, so I left a couple out there as well, a couple of uncharacteristic fumbles, especially running into open goal. Left that one out there. And then even a couple around the contest, ones that I pride myself on taking, I fumbled, and I'll have to get to work on the track this week.
19 years of age, just for your knowledge, Lockie. I had to quickly check there as well. When it's that type of game within a game going on, and probably expecting it for the finals each week, teams will put a lot of attention into you. How do you remove yourself from your own little world sometimes and look up and think, okay, what else can I do? Do you need a little reminder every now and then from people, or you've been tagged that many times, you're pretty much onto it straight away?
Yeah, I think for me, if I haven't sort of influenced in any way for sort of 4 or 5 minutes, as a cue for me to get a teammate involved by a block or releasing them instead of them trying to look out for me. And I've got a couple of players that I am really close to in the team that I sort of go to, and they sort of give me a pep talk, I suppose, and try and get me going. I sort of go to them and say, I'm struggling a bit here. So they sort of give me a pump up, basically, and tell me I'm playing my role, doing the right thing. So I've got great people around me to help me.
Lockie, congratulations on your year thus far. Just a couple of questions about, and I'm integrating last year and this year. What have you done? What are you guys going to do different that from last year in regard to you? Because of the way Brisbane has played over the last couple of seasons, I suppose you've all been judged on finals performances, win-loss ratio, which is not high. Is there something different about your game going into this season's final series?
I think that we're just sort of the last 5 or 6 weeks really trying to tighten up our defence, and I think for 2-3 quarters for the last sort of month we've got it right, but we haven't been able to do it for 4 quarters. So I think to win finals, we're going to have to do that for 4 quarters. Tonight, it was the 3rd quarter and probably a bit of the last. They didn't kick straight, but for the first 2 quarters, I think we held them to 26 points at half-time. So that's going to be our blueprint. I think last week for 3 quarters, we held Carlton to 32. The week before, we held Richmond in the 30s for the first half. So the blueprint's there for our defence, and that's our main focus at the moment. We know we can score, and we know that if we get our contests right, we're going to be in most games. But it's that defence that we've got to tidy up.
So defence, you're not talking backline here, you're talking all over the ground defence, is it?
All over the ground, yeah.
Is there any hint of sort of a more defensive tagging player through the middle for you guys?
We have Jared Berry, who we go to a little bit, but I think you'll find Jared Lyons and Matho are playing a pretty good role around stoppage on sort of the bigger body the last couple of weeks. Though tonight it was Steele. I'm not sure how Steele went. He probably got a bit of the ball, but it didn't feel like out there that he hurt us too much. Last week it was Cripps. Didn't feel like he had a big influence last week. And then I think for the rest of our forwards and mids, it's about protecting the corridor and forcing teams wide and long down the line. And then in fast play defence, coming forward, being brave. We don't want to fold back and just let teams move the ball through us. We want to be brave with our defence and come forward.
Okay, now I don't want to embarrass you here, but in the last few weeks, when sides have come at you guys, it's generally because they've been able to put a tag on you or hold you down. Is there any mechanism within the side that someone else has to take the leadership role? I'm not suggesting for one moment that you be all end all there, but let me say, generally speaking, if a side can hold you out, it puts enormous pressure on the rest of your side, and they're not necessarily responding like a top side could. Is there something there, that, let's say Rayner today, like he's jumped up and kicked goals, but again a little bit cameo-ish. It was sort of like a through-one second half more so than the first half.
Yeah, I think we do have strategies in place, and I think over the pre-season we tried to add a mix of guys with Cam Rayner and Zach Bailey. He's getting in there a little bit more, and if I'm not playing well, I feel like we do have guys that step up. Jared Lyons is a great first possession player and clearance player, and Reece Matheson's come into the side the last 5 weeks and been excellent for us in that regard. And I think Huey McCluggage has taken his inside game to another level this year, and I think over the next couple of years, if he works on his craft, he's going to be an unbelievable inside midfielder with the tools that he has. So I've got to help upskill guys like that as well. So it's on me to sort of teach them the craft too.
Lockie, how's Calamachi?
Yeah, it's been a difficult week for Cal. Obviously, he's first off with the concussion and then being racially vilified online. We feel for him. We love that guy to bits. He's the nicest bloke you could ever meet. So it's disgusting behaviour. We don't stand for it as a footy club, and we need to stamp it out. So we'll wrap our arms around Cal like we will with Huey. That's what we do at the Lions, and hopefully Cal's feeling okay tonight. But I know he was hurting today.
And just last one, Lockie. I know it feels like the footy world's kind of gone cold a little bit on Brisbane. You're playing in your 4th consecutive final series. You've won 1 of 6 finals. All of them have been at the Gabba. We know the history. But do you feel like you're ready to make some noise in September? How do you feel like the team's position now compared to perhaps the last 3 series?
Yeah, we're in a race for the top 4. I think you'll find us and Geelong have been the most consistent home and away team for the last 4 years. But counts for nothing once final starts, and as you said, our record's not great, albeit we've had a couple of really close losses, and I think every year we've played the teams that have gone on to play in the grand final, so we're very close. We're excited about what we can do this year, but we feel like next week's a final as well. We feel like the last few weeks have been like that for us, so yeah, I'm really bullish about what we can do in September and can't wait. Hopefully everyone keeps writing us off.
Your time's always appreciated, Lockie, on ABC Radio. I appreciate you dropping by.
Thanks, guys.
Lockie Neal, the Brisbane Lions champ, the team home by 15 points tonight. They had to come from behind. They kicked the last 4 goals of the game to do it in what was a match with some pretty significant momentum swings. Brisbane by 26 points time on in the second, and St Kilda kicking 6 of the next 7 goals to lead at 3-quarter time. They didn't kick another goal thereafter.
It's fascinating to hear him talk about his approach and the way he does. Even when he said when he hasn't influenced the play for 4 or 5 minutes by getting the ball, which is what his main job is and he's best at doing, then he starts turning to, okay, what can I do to help somebody? Go and ask for help. Which is a really important thing to be able to do, to have that and say, I'm struggling a little bit, to look for a block, try and release somebody else. All those things are going on. I wonder at times then if it becomes, well, we've got to work out a way to get Lockie the ball. And
that's a worry, Lingy. Those statements are a worry. Someone come and help me. Some of the better players that you have tagged, some of the players that I've put on players to tag, and they've got through the tag, and players against you have got through the tag. They've got through it because they've either said, right, I'm going to go to Selwood. I'm going to go and nail him, which all of a sudden you go, have I got him or haven't I got him? It just throws the balance. That's what I say about King and some. You've got to keep testing the coach in the other box. You've got to keep testing the coach to test the players on the ground to change things up so that they haven't got... I always use the old thing, if you give a man two things to think about, he hesitates. If you're going to give him one, and if you give him three, all of a sudden, so... I'm just thinking that a bloke like Neil would be far better working it out himself and maybe even defending for 15 minutes of the game. So in other words, say 5 or 6 minutes per quarter, just making sure that 5 minutes you're going to absolutely go on to... go to Sinclair, go to half-back flank, go to half-foot flank, and, stop him from running, or do something that's going to throw the other side into a... Hello, we've got to respond here. You keep showing the same hand, you keep knocking over the same hand.
Just a quick one on St Kilda before we get to the votes and get out of here. But they were 8-3, sitting fourth on the ladder after 11 rounds. They've now won 3 of their last 10 games. They're not going to play finals. They need a miracle from here to make it. It felt like their season in a nutshell, wasn't it? It was what might have been top night for St Kilda.
Well, I think King probably... I don't want to load that kid up because I think he gets loaded up enough. It was almost like that's the way St Kilda play. He has a big day out, they play good football. If he doesn't, and I'm not saying him personally, if the side can tumble in, they've lost a couple of their key players and yet they were highly competitive. At the end of the day, your decision making and also your finishing is sometimes the difference between winning and losing games, and tonight it was absolutely so evident.
So in a game like tonight, we're just about to do the votes. It felt like a number of St Kilda players deserve votes because they had the game on their terms. But then when you don't finish your work and you don't have that execution and that class to finish, well, do you deserve vote? Have you actually played a good game, or have you just hurt the team? Or they're the question. It's kind of this nothingness of great, good on you. Seb Ross had 32 disposals. Brad Crouch 25 disposals. But
did they hurt the side?
Yeah.
See, Windhager was absolutely their best player by that far, and him and Marshall perhaps, and maybe Wood, because he cut the Brisbane down from being a top 4 side to another height, not a 9th or 10th side. Because without him, he's taken their best player, maybe the Brownlow medalist, out of the game. So, but you don't win games by a tagger. You've got to finish with a doer.
The King thing's a problem, isn't it? So he's 107 goals, 91 in his career. It's almost 1 for 1. I know the Saints have... I've mentioned in the past they don't want him doing external work. He was working with Matthew Lloyd once upon a time. It was obviously a pretty good kick of the footy for a long time in his career. I think he coached him in school footy, but this is a pattern now. He's 3 years into his AFL career and he's kicked 5 behinds in a game again.
Yeah, I reckon were they all set shots? I reckon at least 4 of them were.
And it weren't like they were out on the boundary line.
Don't want him doing external work. It's your career. Job. You take responsibility for your own career. Not to bring this back to me. I needed to get faster feet around stoppages because I'm slower out in space. So I had to be faster, really good. I played squash and racquetball every pre-season for my whole career. Yep. So I went and did that. You just do whatever is necessary to make yourself the best player. Go to the park with Lloydie. Don't invite him to the club if he's not allowed there. Go to the local park and kick goals with him.
Jamie Graham interview when I was with ABC on the West, and he said, Josh Kennedy, flukes a miss. And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, because he's first on the track, last off, and he will kick goal after goal after goal after goal. So if he misses, it's a fluke.
And I've heard that he had to fight, or not fight for it, but argue to have those extra kicks back earlier in his career, where the sports scientists try and take over, and they're allowed a certain number of kicks. Basically said, go away. This is my primary job. I've got to put it between the big sticks. And it's brilliant. He doesn't miss.
Hate his last game.
Just do it. If Max King wants Matthew Lloyd, do it.
15-point win for the Brisbane Lions coming from behind at three-quarter time. Tomorrow from 11 a.m. in South Australia, it is SA Grandstand. From 10 a.m. in WA, it is Sports Talk. Mick Moldhouse will be there along with Mark Duffield and Clint Wilden. And then from 12 noon in Victoria, and you'll get it on Relay in South Australia thereafter, it is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. So that's our programming tomorrow. Of course, then the footy starts thereafter. Gets underway with the Great Western. The Western Bulldogs up against GWS here at Dockland Stadium, and from just after 2 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, the Crows and the Roos. And the story, one of the stories I'm sure everyone will be talking about tomorrow, Jake Niles' piece in The Age tonight, that North Melbourne have offered Alistair Clarkson a minimum 5-year contract to be the next coach of the Roos. Lions home by 15 points over St Kilda, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, and there's a bit of off-air conversation taking place.
We are struggling here, and when I say we, I mean me. It's a very difficult one.
Yeah, it is.
Do you give Mason Wood votes? He was superb for his 4 goals, but didn't really do much else. Righto. Brisbane Lions won the game. The most influential player in the end to win the game is Cameron Rayner. So I'm going to give... I don't know if Mick's going to agree with me on this. How long have I got, Corbs?
Got a minute and a half.
I'm going to go.
I'm bearing down on you.
All right.
Eyes are on these votes.
So Windhager is getting 2 votes.
Good.
Right?
Good.
He's getting
I'm happy.
2 votes,
I'm happy.
Because of sheer influence on a game.
So,
1 vote.
So I was about to say, just confirming, we haven't given the one yet, so if you're wondering who got that.
1 vote I'm going to give to Hugh McCluggage. 10 score involvements, found heaps of footy, kicked a goal, thought he was very good, which means 3 votes. That means Mason Wood's going to miss out. I'm now second-guessing myself. 3 votes will go to Cameron Rayner for getting them over the line. Hard fought. I know that was the most disjointed votes I've ever given there, Corbs. 3
to Rayner, 2 to Windhager, 1 to McCluggage. And see, Mick, he's a coach. He thinks about it in the broader game, whereas I'm a moments man. I want the guy that pops up and show me the highlight on Sports Centre, and that's what Cam Rayner provided tonight. He gets the votes.
He's giving me the steely look though now, Mick. Might have got one of those, one or two of those wrong.
I'm just nervous about Sunday. I'm sorry. I'm just nervous.
Good luck to Zach. Wish him all the best. The Cobras.
So much footy to come. The last Friday night of the home and away season in Melbourne. So I'm sure at one stage, hopefully, we'll reconvene during the finals here.
We hope so.
It's been great fun. On behalf of all of us here at ABC Sport, good night. Brisbane home by 15.
Conversations.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
You go very raw and you feel a whole layer of skin has been peeled off. Someone who has seen and done remarkable things.
I didn't stand up next to a safe with a doctor's stethoscope and pick the numbers, but we used to open safes,
Hear the latest conversations weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio.
Or anytime on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of cricket. Can you be more Pacific? On ABC Radio Australia.